refreshing themselves, and they can also ask me questions if they have any confusions. Okay. All right. Just give me 1 second. We haven't started the recording, right? Let me. Oh, no, you started the recording. Okay. I see. Yes,
Start
you
the
did.
recording.
Thank
I'll
you
make
so
you a
much.
host also. Make you the host.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me just take a glance who we have in this class today. All right. Yeah, so the basic rule is same. Do you have anything to ask question? First, send me the text in the chat box. If you still see that I am not responding or I'm probably explaining you something, then if you see that I could not see your message, if you think this way, then just right away unmute yourself, ask me question, and if your question is done, then mute yourself again. Okay? Let's do it in this way. Alrighty. So from last class, I mean, I shared this coding, right, with you guys. So I will assume that all of you guys have actually took this code in your Eclipse and run it at least once. So do you have any question from last class from the data type in Java data type that we discussed? Any question? Anything new that you found? Anything interesting? Or any idea, any opinion, any concern so far that we completed? Just speak out and ask me. No one had any question. That means everyone is good. Yes, no? Everyone is good. I mean, let me ask question randomly. So, Hassan. I mean, there are many Hassan. So now I'm going to. There was a Hassan from my class from last class, right? Who was that? Hassan bhai.
I think I'm from the new batch that is started
You
from
from the
Juel.
new batch, yes. The question
Yes.
is for you then. Then, did you try? What I mean, do you have any question? How did it go? Did you try at least? First of all.
Yes, I tried. Everything went smoothly.
Okay, fine, wonderful. And rest of you guys, did you guys face any problem? I mean, I gave the instruction that I told you guys literally. I want you guys to copy. I mean, I shared the file, right? The .java file. So what I mentioned is that you might create a different package, right? For class name, you have to be the same class name created. Then you can execute this code. Otherwise, you will get some error if you create a different class name and try to copy the same as it is in here in your Eclipse. It will tell you, hey, you know what? The class name is not right? So either you need to remove the class name that I'm giving in here, or you need to keep the same class name. And then you need to create the class. I mean, here you need to create like this. Same. I mean, you need to use the same name for your class that you're creating. Okay. Otherwise, it will give you error. If anyone had like any concern that you couldn't run it, let me know now. Okay. Because we'll be moving forward. We'll see some stuff today which are really interesting and really important for Java, and I hope you're all good. Okay. How about Emily? You good? Emily, Lisa, then Joel.
Yes, I'm good.
You guys are good, right? So I'm just calling randomly Mukit, Omiko.
Yes.
I'm good. I'm good.
You guys are good. Tasneem. I mean, there's another Tasneem. One is a Tasneem from last class. Another Tasneem is. Okay, I didn't see another Tasneem. But anyway, let's just move forward. Omiko is here today.
I am.
So did you practice?
Yes.
Okay, good. So
But Juel
let's jump
bhai,
into
Juel bhai, I made the class like my practice, my first practice something, and it went well.
Very good. So then, you copied my code, or you just
No, I
created your own?
rewrite it. I rewrite it, everything.
Okay. So you created your own class and packaged
Own class,
everything, right?
right.
Yeah,
right,
it's fine.
right.
It's completely fine. I mean, what I'm telling you, if you just planning to copy the whole thing, the file that I shared in the Google Drive, and you want to reuse that code again, so make sure the class name that I'm using in here, in this file, you should have the same class name created under your package, whatever package you're creating. That's the only concern I'm saying.
Actually,
Otherwise,
I created the whole brand new project. That's why it worked, I guess.
then is much better. Wonderful. I mean,
Yeah.
this is good.
Yeah.
As long as you understand, you practice the data type and what we did last class, I'm good. I'm just giving instructions so that you don't get in trouble, get in some errors that you are not able to fix it. Okay? And it seems like you all are good. Good. So we are going to cover today. First, I'm going to start with Java operators. Once Java operators done, then we'll do Java control statements. Okay? Fine. Let's do it. So I'm going to pull this thing out. And under the same package, I'm creating another class. How to create another class? What I have to do? I have to go new, and then class, right? I'm trying to create a class. The name of the class would be Java operators. Is that correct? The way I'm doing, the way I'm writing the name, is it? First of all, is it correct? I mean, if I write this name, if I write the class name like this way, do you think it should be correct? It should not be correct.
Camel case.
Yeah, I mean, the name itself. I mean, if I click finish, do you think I can create a class?
Yeah, you can create a class, but no.
No, you have
Yes.
to write on com.
No, you have to click on public static void main still.
No,
Okay.
public static void is the main. I'm talking about I'm creating the class. I mean, even if I don't check it out, I can get it back. I mean, I can get it again, right? What I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to ask you, the question is that if I give the name like this way, Java operators, right? Is that going to be? I mean, if I click finish, then it will be good. I mean, there'll be no error or nothing.
Yeah, brother, the screen is too small for me. I'm not clear. Can you maximize it a little more?
Java
I mean,
needs capital, right?
I don't know how can I do this screen. I mean, this screen I cannot maximize. I mean, I cannot. I mean, okay, look, this is the better I can do. I cannot zoom it. So one way to zoom is then I need to go back and forth. One is like I can do. What is it called? Magnifier. I can use magnifier, but magnifier is not going to help you. It's going to give you more trouble. If I give magnifier like this, okay, I cannot type it in. I can just show you, hey, this is what I'm writing. Okay, at least this will help you. Can you see right now? Better?
Yeah.
Okay, but I cannot continue like this. I cannot continue my coding. I
understand. Okay, you continue like yourself, no problem. This is not the class name. See, the J started with a small letter and the operator is not the camel catching.
Yeah. So that's so the question is that. So I mean, rest of guys, I'm just trying to show you. Maybe the screen is the letter is very small for you. I don't know, but just look into the name. The class name I'm putting Java operators. My question is, if I click finish right now, is that going to create a class or not, or is it going to give me error?
I mean, I don't.
Create a class, Juel bhai.
Create a class.
Okay. One person at a time.
Yeah.
So I think you have. I mean, not think, but you have to put the first letter uppercase and then operator as well. Like the first letter of operator is supposed to be uppercase.
So if I don't give uppercase, then what will happen?
I mean, it's not working. It's not going to work.
It's not going to work. Okay. Next person who has the different opinion than Omiko. Only the person who has a different opinion than Omiko. Tell me.
I do, Juel bhai.
Okay. Tell me. What do you think?
It's like you can make a class because it's not a problem. But usually that's not what we should do. We should do the camel case first. The first letter is like capital. You can see the message up. There is it says like or message says that's right.
Okay. So the thing is that yes, You are correct. Even if you give everything in small letters, I never say that you will not be able to create a class or anything.
Based on the rule. Okay.
I'm saying this is the conventions. The convention is not, convention is something that people are practicing right now. This is the basic practice that everyone does when they create a class. It should be camel case. Now, in a team, you're working with other 10 people. They're all following the same conventions, but you don't want to follow the conventions. It could be trouble. Okay, it could represent you that you are really unprofessional. You don't know anything about Java or Java practicing that people are doing. All the other developers or QA engineers who are practicing. So the convention is that it has to be uppercase for the first word, first letter. Second word, second letter also has to be uppercase. If you still don't want to give it to, if you don't want to follow the convention, you say, okay, you don't care. But still, you can create a class. Okay, if I click finish, I can still create a class. There will not be any problem. Okay. Then if I give a main method, okay, how to get a main method if I forgot to click on the checkbox? I put main, I click control space, I get the main method. Sys out, control space, I want to print something, test. I run it, it's running good. No error, nothing. Nothing will happen. It will run, but the thing is that when you want to share the code with someone else, it's not like this code, you'd be the only person using this code. You're working for some company, you will be working for some team. Other people might want to share the code. You want to share the code with other people, other testers, other developers, right? At the time, even if you go for some interview, they ask you to write a class, write you the simple coding thing, right? As soon as they see that you're writing in this way, you don't care, they will think, okay, this person actually don't know he doesn't really, maybe doesn't have the good practice. He didn't work with Java before, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna work. It's not gonna give you error. But the thing is that you'll be out of the out of the team. You'll be doing something which people don't practice. Okay, and there's a reason behind it. When you'll be sharing any a coding artifacts with other team members, as soon as they see that the class name is written, as soon as they see some name, right? Even you don't have to tell them, hey, this is the class, this is the method, this is the variable. You don't have to tell them. By looking into the naming convention, they can decide. They can tell you, hey, you know what? Oh, this is class, right? Oh, this is method. I got it. Okay. So this is why this is a very small thing, but it really helps in many different ways. When you'll be doing more and more works, when I'll be sharing more code with you, then you'll see that, yeah, actually this is important. We need to do the same practice that people can expect from you. Either go for interview or go for any real life work. This is important. So we're going to follow the naming conventions. Even though it works, we are not going to use all the small letters or nothing like this. Whatever you want to fancy thing you want to do, right? A small letter, capital letter. No, don't worry about the fancy letters. It's nothing. Nothing has to be done in that way. Okay. So what will be the right way to do? The right way to do is I'm going to change it. The name should be Java this way. This is the naming conventions, and we are going to follow that conventions. Any question? Okay, very good. So these are the Java libraries, right? I can give you some examples. This is the jar files. Inside the jar file, there are many packages. Inside the packages, there are many classes. See, these are the classes. This is file actually. This is not class. Let me give more examples. Let me see. I get some examples. Maybe this one. No. Just trying to show you that how Java is with Java people who develop the Java, how they are writing their class. So see, there are so many. I mean, these are only class files. These are not Java files. These are the compiled files. They compiled the Java file and they're providing you the class file, right? So when Java compiled the class file, that is like you can use it in any platform, right? This is why Java is platform independent. This is what they are doing here right now. So see, all those class files has the same thing, right? The capital letter for the first word, glowfish is one word, cipher is the another word. So they are also maintaining in this way, okay? So we are going to follow the same way. We are not going to do any mistakes. In the interview, when we'll go, when they will ask you to write down any basic coding, we're never going to do this kind of mistake, okay? This is the small thing, but in many ways, like people judge you. People say, okay, you know what, this person actually, he's not actually expertise in Java coding. Okay, he's not expert person in coding in Java. All right. Now, so I created a class and then I have a main method. How many main methods I can have in the Java? Can I have more than one main method in Java?
No,
Only one.
main
Oh,
method
no.
in one
Yeah.
class.
Just one.
One method.
Juel
Okay.
bhai, I think you can have
Yes.
it too, but argument is different, should be.
I mean, even if you try two, I mean, can you use the same name?
Yeah, same name but different argument.
Same name but different argument. So in this way, you're overloading the method. So say I want to use integers. Okay. Different methods. So ABC. BC. Yeah. Okay. Let's run the code. So which one is picked?
Only the first one.
String one.
Only the first one. Okay. So let's say it's the first one. Let me put it like this way. Which one is picked?
Second one.
The string one.
Second one. And we are practicing which one? Which main method are you using? This one, right?
Yes.
If this is the case, then this is the only main method which we can use. Even though this is Java is a concept of method overloading, you are overloading your main method, but you are not actually using this main method, right? When JVM is loading the class, JVM is looking for a method which has a name main, which is public, also static, and it's not returning any value, and it can take some arguments, string arguments, right? Now, if I remove this one, let's see what happens.
It's not gonna run.
So what is the error coming? It's saying main method not found in class, right? It's saying what? Main, but this is the main method, right? This is the main method. I don't have any error in this class, but it's giving me error what? It's saying main method not found. Why? It's saying it's error. It's not even exception. It's called error. It's saying main method not found in class.com Talentech Java operators. Please define the main method as public static void. See? So can I count this method as a main method?
No.
No.
No, I cannot count it. This is a fake captain in my ship. He has the captain like the captain uniform, but this method is not functional. I cannot have my ship running, but I mean with the help of this captain. This captain doesn't have any control in my ship. So this is invalid. So literally, logically, you can have only one main method. Good? Any question? Someone asking question, is that good? Yes, no, very good. Who asked the question? Who asked the question? That was a good question. Who asked it? Because there's so many people. I mean, it's hard for me to understand who is asking what question. Is that like hello? Is it Ronnie Bhai or anyone asked the question? Who was this question?
No, I am not.
I don't know. I mean, anyway, but that was a good question. Okay, so if someone asks this question in the interview, this is how you need to answer the question. You know, we can have only one main method because the main method, because when Java JVM is loading that class, it's basically looking for this class, is calling this main method through this class name because this is a static method. Okay. Through this class name, using this class name, is calling this main method, is looking for this argument. This is the structure that it's looking for. If I'm not giving the structure, it's not taking it. Okay. Don't go for any exceptions. If you find something Googling and some other stuff, don't look for it. I'm not telling you that don't look forever. Yeah, just learn this basic thing first. If you think something different, then we'll take it together, okay? For the time being, there is only one main method that you can have in class. Okay. If you put another main method only by itself, it's not going to. If you're not going to use it, what's the point of that main method, right? All right. So Java class have or can have only one main method. Can Java have more than one method? Listen to my question carefully.
Yes.
Java can have more than one method, right?
Yeah.
But Java cannot have more than one main method. Okay, wonderful. Now let's now move forward for the Java operators. Anyone have any ideas what are operators in a basic? I mean, whatever you understanding. I mean, regardless of Java or not Java, just tell me.
Yes, we have. Are you talking?
I'm talking about the operators. Anyone have any ideas? What is operators? What does the operator do? I mean, if you have any concept on Java, you can answer me based on Java, or if you don't have anything on Java, if you have any basic understanding from real world or anything, just tell me what does the operator do? What does an operator do?
Operators are basically some symbols. Usually in Java, they are used whenever you are doing some control statement or some calculation like this.
Okay. Okay, so forget about Java. What does the operator do?
Operation.
Did you
that
see
operates something? That executes something.
Operates something. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So that means when I'm saying that operates something, that means it do some operations, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So operators, the purpose of the operator is that it can perform some operations. Okay. So what are the operations that Java can do? So let's start. What are the operators Java can do? So I mean, what are the operations there could be? So there could be some arithmetic operations, right? Arithmetic operations. Also, there could be what? There could be some. So when I'm saying arithmetic operations, what you can perform? What are the arithmetic operations we can perform?
Subtract,
And we can we can perform some, we can do
Addition,
we
subtraction,
can do
multiplication,
then subtraction,
subtraction,
the
multiplication,
multiplication,
and then division,
subtraction. If I'm spelling wrong.
There is S after sub, that's wrong.
Subtractions. No. Okay, put here subtraction. Multiplication and okay, and division, right? Division. Okay, so we can have subtraction, multiplication, and division. And when you do the divisions, okay, arithmetic operations, what else you can have? You can also have a remainder, right? You can also have a remainder. Correct?
discriminate, what is called this?
Decrement.
Decrement and increment.
No, those, yeah, those things also some arithmetic operations. You can do increment, decrement, but think about these are the basic the arithmetic operation that you can perform. So those increment, decrement, those have some different kind of operations, even though they're doing some like addition and subtraction, but they have some other characters. I mean, other characteristics, other functionality involved in that those operators. But for arithmetic operation, you can do some additions, you can do some subtractions, multiplication, division, and remainder, right? So these are the operations you can perform on some numbers, some digits, like some numeric numbers, correct? So what Java is saying that so say I have this variable 1. I can initialize this number with 10. Okay, by the way, can I have like a integer type variable? Can I create more than one variable in one single line? Is it possible or not?
No.
No?
I didn't see it.
If I give something like this, num2, I can do it. That means this one is an integer variable, this one is also integer variable. Okay? We can actually do it. We can do like this. That means this comma is separators is telling you, hey, this is one variable, data type is integers, this is another variable, data type is integers, right? We can also do it. Let's keep it as an example. Let's keep it like this. And integer, and this is the result, right? I could have put it in here too, but I didn't do it. So take this one as an example, and you can put it in separate. This is also another example. So very simple arithmetic operation. So if I do num1 plus num2, so what will be the value of result is 12. Okay. This will be 12. So there is some error, right? What is missing here? Why am I getting this error? Who can say why I'm getting this error? What I have to do?
Put a plus sign.
Concatenation.
You have to
I have
put
to do
plus.
what?
You have to
I
put
have to
plus.
use plus.
Yeah.
So I am using the plus operator in here, right?
Yes.
So what exactly happening then? What is the difference between this level? I say that plus can use as a arithmetic operation, but I'm putting here plus. That means I'm num1 has the value 10, num2 has the value 2. It will add this two number and put it in result, right? Mm-hmm. The output of the result should be 12. This is very straightforward. This is simple thing. how about this plus is doing here? What exactly happening here?
It will show the result plus you return the result that's showing in blue color. The blue color result plus this result is equal to number 1 plus number 2.
No, that I understood. So that means this result has a value output, right?
This
So
will show the number 12
so
and this result will show the result in return.
exactly. You're right. I agree with you. But how about this plus? What this plus is doing here? I said the plus, I mean, these are the arithmetic operations, right? So arithmetic operations, addition, subtraction, and
this is
these are the numbers I give.
This is
So
not for
plus, so this is the multiplication this is studies for multiplication, right? This is for division. And this is for modulus or remainder. So these are the symbols we use. For addition, we use plus. For subtraction, we use this symbol minus. For multiplication, we use asterisk. For division, we use this one. And for remainder, to find the remainder, we use this percentage or modulus sign. Okay. Now my question is, if this is for addition, then what this addition is doing here? This is a number, but this is not a number, right? This is number? No, right? This is a string. Then what is the purpose of this plus in here?
Yes, it's adding two things. Last time you said if we need to show in a better way, then we write before this because it's showing
right.
the result.
So that means it's basically adding these two components, this string and the result output is two components. We have, I mean, this system that Outlook printer is printing out the string along with the result, the numeric number, right? We are adding these two things, two components together. They are not actually the same data type. The result has the integer data in here, and this is a string data, right? But still, I can add these two components together with this plus. Someone just said, and he was correct. Someone said concatenation. It's working here as a concatenation operator. This is the exceptional case. In this case, you are adding the output of the string and also along with the result, the whatever numbers you have, the 12, right? So you're putting everything in single line and you're printing it out. So this plus symbol, this is useful to add two numbers. Also, it can add the two other components of two different data types. It's just adding them as a string and printing out as a string. I mean, it can add basically two strings and give you a new string. It's like this. It's like if I have saying string str1 is saying, by the way, this is how the string is defined, right? You have to use a string, give str, okay? We're gonna discuss about string later, but this is how string, we're gonna discuss string about later in detail, but this is how string is defined. We say string, hello, okay? There's another string saying str2 saying hello, how are you, right? So if I have another string saying that string final string, and I'm saying str1 plus str2 plus str3, okay, then I'm printing out saying that final string. I did a typo mistake here. Okay, now it's good. Now what will be the output in this line number 23? What will be the output?
Hello, how are you?
No.
Hello, how are you? So is str is a number?
No.
I mean, what is the content? I mean, str.
String.
I mean, what is the what? what is the, I mean, what this container have? This is a
Variable.
variable, right?
Variable.
So what is the value of this container?
Hello. Hello.
So hello is not a number, right? How is not a number? Are you not a number? They are called string. Anything that goes in between these two quotation is called string. So basically, I'm performing some operations which are not numbers. If you don't perform any operation on numbers, how are you going to add numbers? And you can say arithmetic operations. Is that arithmetic operations? Of course not.
No.
This is not an arithmetic operation. This is another different kind of operations which is done by this plus, this addition, this symbol. It's basically adding this string with this string and this string. This part of operation is called concatenation operators. Concatenation operator. It's working as a concatenation operator. Okay? It's putting this different string together and give me the final output, which is like this, right? If I give a space in here, I give a space. So this is a special symbol. This space is called white space. This is a special symbol, right? If I do like this and run it again, so it's giving me hello, how are you? These are not numbers, but I still can add the value of the string together and print out a final output, final string. So in this special case, this symbol is adding, but it's not working on some numeric numbers, working on string data type, and this operator is called concatenation operator for this particular thing. But whenever it's working on some numbers, it's basically adding numbers, right? 10 plus 2 is 12, very simple. These are addition. It's performing the addition between two numbers, and this is normal arithmetic operators. Okay, I can call it arithmetic operators. So this symbol is a special symbol that could be used for the numbers, also could be used for a string. For rest of the things, this subtraction, multiplication, division, remainder, these are like a very basic thing that we do in our daily life arithmetic operations. So if I want to do something like this, if I say result equal 10 num1 minus num2, in this case, I want to print out the result again. Maybe I just copy this thing. If I copy this thing and paste it over here and run it again, then it will be 8, right? So these operations are very simple operations that we all know. For this arithmetic operation, these are the symbols we use, okay? But this addition or this add operators, what we have in here, it has some special use for the string. It can also add 2 or more than 2 strings together and print it out and can give you one single string. Okay? So at that time, it is called concatenation operator. So what does this one do? Anyone have any clue about it? Say my number here is 3, right? My number here is 3, so I want to do something like this. Num1, num2. Okay, so let me put in here, then let's take the output. So tell me, what is the output for this one?
It's gonna be
what will be the output for line number 23?
Is it 23 or 29?
7.
Line number 29. Line number 29. My bad. Line number 29. What will be the output?
Should be 3.33.
Should be 3.33.
33.
Okay. Anyone have any other opinion?
3 reminder 1.
You need the number or the
It's got to be
I'm
3.
saying what will be the output for number 23, line number 23. Make it
Only
simple.
3.
29.
3 remainder 1.
Only
Okay.
3.
What did? Okay. Who said only 3?
Me.
Me. Hassan.
What's your name? I mean, just tell me your name because it's hard for me to
It's Salman.
understand. Hassan. Okay. Hassan Bhai say only 3. Who else with Hassan Bhai think is only 3?
It's 3.3, right?
No,
said
don't
Salman.
ask me the question. Just answer my question. Don't. If I ask you a question, if you ask me the question back, that's not going to solve the problem. Just be definite. Don't be confused. So here's the thing. Even though if you are doing mistake, even if you are not sure about anything, don't show that you are confused or you don't know. Just answer the question right away. Okay, this is 3.3. I don't care. It's 3.3.
Yeah, it should be.
Yes. Yes. If you have to do mistake confidently. Tell me.
I'm
It will
saying
be
that
3 only.
it will be
It's
3 because
only
it's integer.
I said
Because the
3.3.
data type
Because
is
it's integer.
integer, so it won't contain any floating point or decimal
Yeah, there
values.
is the result
Okay.
is
Is
coming out.
Salman Bhai saying this thing?
Yes.
Is the brother Salman? Then he said that it should be 3 because what? Just continue.
Because the data type is integer, so it cannot contain any decimal
Which data
value
type
or
is integer? Be specific. Which one talking about?
the
Are you
result.
talking about this data type? Oh, okay. Yes. He's saying the data type of result is what? Integer.
Oh, yeah.
So even though output is 3.33 whatever, the integer value cannot have decimal point number.
That's true.
Right? So it will cut it off. It say, okay, you know what? I don't care what's coming after this. I don't care about decimal. I don't even care what's coming after decimal. Take it away. I'm going to take only the whole numbers. I'm going to take only 3.
Yep.
Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So let's print it out. Save it first. The result is 3. Now the interesting thing is in here. Say something different. Float, right? I'm making a float. I'm saying that just saying my result. Okay, just or maybe if it is result 1, let me put it in result 2. Okay, I guess I have to change it in here too. I'm good. Here, yes. Okay, so these are the basic things. This is a subtraction. This is for the additions. Okay, so I mean this is for the additions. This is for the concatenations, right? And this is for subtraction. This is for division. For multiplication, is very straightforward. 2 times 3 times 10 will be 30. There's nothing fancy about multiplications. Now, if I do something like this, because this is a very small stuff, they ask question in an interview. They will give you such problem that at some point you'll be confused. Trust me, they do it. Now tell me what will be the result for this 33?
Juel, still is gonna come out 3.
It's gonna come as a 3.
Yeah,
That's
because
funny.
it's not gonna return any division reminder because data type is float.
No.
It's gonna be 3 point.
Yeah, 3 point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's coming. This 3 and 3 point. It's a 2 different things. They are not. They are. We know they are same, but when the output coming with the decimal point, it's not same. Right? But the thing is that here, I'm not able to print out the thing that's coming out after this number. So if I say like this, 0.2f. Sorry. It should be something like this. Printf. The exception thread formatters.
There is a print F issues. That's why.
You know, the printf is
print
good.
Yeah.
No, printf is for formatting.
Okay.
One second. Not showing error in here. Let's read the exceptions. What it's saying? It's saying that format specifier exception method Java equal formatter format. Format specifier and formatting list specifiers. And to still the same. Result 2. Println. Okay. That's not what we want. We want to print out these numbers in here, but okay, I think I know what it is. Should we print out 5, 1, 2. Okay, I put a plus here. So if I do now, it's gonna be working fine. But it's showing 3.00, right? It should be 3.3 something, right? So num2, so 3 divided by 10, it'd be 3.3. Float is equal to.
I think you give the module sign on the num1 after that, and it's going to give you the reminder.
No, I mean, one of them has to be like a float. Then only it give you, okay, 1 second. If I put this thing, if I put this number as a float, that's not gonna, it's gonna give you a problem. This is the thing. If you do like this, 2, and do like 10.0 by 3, right? If you do like this, and that time, if you run it, then it's coming, right? So that means when you are, when you are doing the division operations between two numbers, when these two numbers are integers, right? So this is integer number, and this is also integer numbers, right? Forget about these lines. Forget about this. Actually, delete this line. Delete this line. Okay. We actually do not need these things. We are good here. We're going to get class here. We're good. Okay. Let me explain you. So here is giving you 3.0, which is correct. The question is why it's not giving you 3.3 or something. Like if I do something like this, if I do like this, if I'm saying I have a number, float num3 is 10. By the way, when you get the float number, then what you have to do? Is it going to be okay?
No.
It's okay.
You have to give the decimal.
You
Decimal.
have to put F.
I mean, if you give 0.0, then you have to give F.
Yeah.
If you're not giving 0.0, then what will happen? If I print out
It's
this
gonna count
number,
as integer.
no, it's not come as integers. If you print out like this, it will come with a
10.0.
decimal point. Okay. Okay, so this thing is coming. Let me make it pink line. Okay. Now look, it's coming as a 10.0. This is not integer. Don't say this is integers, right? 10 with a decimal point, it will never be integers. With a decimal point, it will be always a decimal point number. It's a floating point number. Okay, this is not an integer. This is the 10.0 and 10 is not same. We know that if you think about the value, then value is same. But the data type of this one and data type of this one is not same because of the changes of this one, because of this decimal point. It might be it may be just a decimal point, but actually it's not. It makes a lot of difference. Okay. Now, the thing is that this is how you're gonna do. But if you want to give something like this, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or anything, then you have to give F. Okay. You have to use F. This is the rule. This is the rule. This is how it works. Otherwise, this 10 is the integer number. It gets converted into floating point and giving you the output 10.0. Okay. Now say I'm doing float num4 is 3. Okay. So I want to make it integers. I want to make it integers, right? So look very carefully. For number 33, I am dividing 10. It's 10 over 3, right? I'm dividing 10 by 3. 10 by 3, output is coming here is 3.0. Again, here is coming only 3. The difference is that the result is integer type variable, so it can contain only integer numbers. Result 2 is a float type variable. It can hold decimal point number. Up to this much you are correct, right? Up to this much, is there any confusion? No.
No confusion.
No confusion, because this is integer variable. This is float type variables.
Excuse me.
Can hold.
What makes
What
the
was
second one? What makes the second one different than the first one? It says a float type versus the
Yes.
integer.
How
do I know
is that this num1 is what? 10, right? Are you
Right.
following? This num2 is what?
3.
3, right?
Right.
Yeah.
3, correct?
Yes.
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 Both num1 and num2. What is the data type? Tell me.
What is
Integer,
what?
right? For
What's
both
making it-
num1 and num2,
Yeah.
what is the data type for both of them?
Integer.
Integer, correct?
Yes. Yes. Integers.
Okay, correct. What is the data type for result 1?
The float.
Result 1.
Or is of integer.
Integer. What is the data type for result 2?
It's a
Float.
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 So what's
Okay,
what's
up to this
making
one-
it?
Wow.
I'm sorry.
I'm coming step by step. Up to this point, is there any confusion? This is num1 is integers, num2 is integers. Result 1 is integers, and result 2 is float.
Float.
Good?
Yes.
So result
Okay,
2
good.
is float, but what's making it a float? I don't see the difference in those two lines.
Yes, I'm coming for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
I'm coming for it. That's my target, to make it clear to you. So these two numbers, I'm making operations for. These are division operations, right?
Yes.
This is also division operation. This is the line number statement 29. This is the statement 32. Okay. But here, when I divide 10 by 3, I'm putting the output in another bucket or another container. What is the container type? Integer.
Integer.
Right? So when you divide 10 by 3, your output is, result is 3, right?
Yes.
You cannot put the decimal point number into the integer variable, integer type variable. This is why we are getting the output 3. Okay. Here I'm dividing this number, which is the integer. This number is also integer, but this time I'm putting the output to decimal type variable.
Right.
See the difference, right? This is the integer type variable that I'm putting the output, and this is the decimal type variable that I'm putting the output, correct? But this time I'm getting the output 3.0. 3.0. Now here's the difference. This is 3, this is also 3. Good, no problem, right? I agree with you. This is, the value is same. But when you see the decimal point, at that point, when you see the decimal point, at that moment, these two are not same.
Yep, that's correct.
This is an integer number, this is a floating point number. It has a 0.0 output, it does not have point in here. This is one difference, right? Now the question might come, the question is that why is showing 3.0? Why is not showing 3.33?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to ask.
Because of
that is the next question. That is the next question. But before I jump into that question, Emily, is it Emily or Lisa?
Lisa.
Okay, Lisa. Do you understand what's the difference between these two now?
Yes. And there's the point though, and the other one has nothing.
Doesn't have point. So the point is a very important thing.
Yes.
This is not a decimal point number, but this is a decimal point number or floating point number. Okay.
Yeah, it's a float. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a float. So these points are different. But now the confusion come out. Hey, so you say that it can hold the decimal point numbers, but why 3.0? Why not 3.33? Because it's not the right output, right?
Yes.
I want to see all other numbers. Why I don't see it? So this is the rule in Java. When you are doing some divisions between two numbers, one of them has to be floating point numbers. Either the top numbers or the bottom numbers has to be floating point numbers. Then only you can get an output with all other decimal point digits.
Oh, wow.
Otherwise, what Java will do, the division of these two numbers, this is integer and this is the integer. So when you divide one integer with another integer, then output is always an integer. Okay? When you divide one integer number with another integer number, then the output is always an integer number. Then why is coming decimal point? This is the Java coming into the pictures. When Java is taking the output and putting it inside this container, then Java understands, oh, you know what? The output of division of these two numbers is integers, but I am putting the number inside a container which actually can hold float point number. So without giving a floating point after these integer numbers, without making this output as a floating point output, floating point numbers, I cannot put this number inside this container. This container is telling me, hey, you know what? I'm ready to host you. I'm ready to contain you, but you has to be our floating point numbers. Then what Java thinks, okay, you know what? This number is the integer numbers. For me to make it look like a floating point numbers, I just have to put a decimal point, and after that, I have to put a 0, because the output came to Java for the very first time without a decimal point. So it was just a round number. So Java is just putting a decimal point, and since it was a round number in the first place, so it's just putting a 0 empty number here, and then it's putting this output into this container. Then this container is saying, hey, you know what? I can hold a floating point numbers, and I can see you became a floating point numbers. Let me contain you in my container. Okay? Up to this line, any confusion?
No, it's okay. No, it's clear. Very
much clear. Now it's clear. Now, if you have to get the output, which might look like 3.33, then if you have to get this output inside this variable, then you need to get this output first, because these divisions of these two numbers actually not giving you these numbers. The division of num1 over num2 is giving you only 3. It's giving you 3. Here actually this num1 and num2 giving you 3, right? So you need to get this number first. How are you going to get it? Only time you will get it when one of this number is floating point numbers, either this one or this one. So look into this example right now in 36. To get that number, let's take this example. Here I am keeping the same number, right? 10 and 3. But this time I'm making num3 as float. Okay? Num3 as a float. Let me just take it away. Let me just so this time I'm taking num3 as a floating data type. This variable has a data type float data type, and 10. If I put in 10 here, what will happen? 10 will actually become
10.0.
10.0. Okay? 10.0. Who will do it? Java will do it. You don't have to worry about it. It will convert it. It will convert this data type. This is basically integer data type. When you want to put this integer data type inside the floating point data type variable, so float type variable, then Java will convert it to 10.0 and put it inside this variable. Okay? For this one, I don't have to do anything. Java doesn't have to do anything. It's just the 3 integers. It will directly put in this variable, right? Now I already have a variable which is a floating type variable, result 2. If I do now like this, num3 divided by num4, what will happen? This is floating point, this is integers. I told you either these top numbers or the bottom numbers has to be floating point number, floating point data type. Then only you can have the output look like 3.33, this kind of output, right? This kind of output we are looking for. So let's do one thing. Let me then copy this thing and put it here. And let's see what the output we are getting. Okay, it's giving me 3.3333, all these things, right? I mean, there is a way you can limit it. Okay, I mean, you want to limit up to 3 points, decimal point, or 5 point decimal point, you can do it. But this is the kind of output that we are getting, which is different than this output. Why? Because one of the numbers that we are using for division is floating point numbers. Either the top numbers or bottom numbers has to be floating point numbers. Then only you can get the digits which is coming up to the decimal point. It's not going to show you the 0 like this. It's going to show you something like 3.333 or whatever the digits is there. It is going to come out, and that kind of data will be available for you.
I have a question.
Program.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah. So float and int type of data can be calculated together.
Float
and int. These two types of data can be calculated together.
Float and integers, if they can calculate together, what kind of calculations you want?
You mean you are adding or subtracting, division, float and integer, no problem.
I mean, yes. So here you're doing the divisions, right? This is float and
that
integers,
is the
right?
division. I can see that.
This is the division. So if you want to
and it's giving the result.
It's giving the result. So your question is, so if you have like a AV and then you want to do floating and integer. So if you want to add float and integer, at that time it's gonna throw you some error. If you do like something like this, so we have num3 plus num4, right?
Yeah.
At that time it will give you error.
Okay. That means you are declaring the result in int.
You're putting it in integer. So how? I mean, you cannot have a decimal point working in here. But if you want to, if you want to do float, then it should be fine.
Yeah. Thank you. This was the confusion. Thanks.
If
Yeah,
you
it's
do
good.
the float, then it should be fine. So
Yeah, from the beginning, I was
operation,
thinking that how can int be added with float, because int and float both are declared differently. That's why I was asking you the question. Anyway, thank you.
So the thing is that this rule is same for all the arithmetic operation, not like only for the division. Okay. In the divisions, you are doing this one here. This is possible. You are doing divisions. You are getting output in here, right? And there is no error. Okay, but still you need this is a float type, right? If I put it result 1, what will happen? If I put result 1, it's error, right? But as soon as I make it result 2, it's fine. Why? Because the result 2 is a floating point, float type variable, and it can hold the operations between two different data types, which is integers and float. There is no problem. But if you want to do operations between float and integers, and you want to put it inside the integer type variable, then it's a problem. Then it's not. Then it will show you some error. Then it will show you type mismatch error. Okay, saying type mismatch error. It's very tiny, but I wanted to practice at home. At the time, you can look into there. The type mismatch error is displayed.
Can you repeat the type mismatch error? I'm not getting it.
So type mismatch error is that when you want to add two different data types, one is integers, another one is float, and you want to
when you want to
add or any other operations.
Okay.
You want to add, you want to do subtractions, you want to do divisions, multiplications. At the time, when you want to put the result of that output to an integer type variable. Here, num3 is float, num4 is integers, right? And you want to perform some addition operations. You may want to perform any other operations, but you want to put the result of this operation inside a variable which is integer. Then it will be a problem. Then it will throw some type mismatch error. But if you want to perform some operations between integers and float, but you want to put it again in another variable which is a floating point, then it's fine. Then there will be no problem. Even if you do something like this, even if you want to do something like this, num3 plus num4, it's fine. It's fine in here because it's just giving you the printer right away. Okay, it's not going to bother you. Okay, because it's gonna. I mean, when you perform these operations, Java will. Let's see what it does. If you print out this one, it's giving you. See, the output is what? Float, right? This is the reason. This is the reason you cannot put the result of these two variables, which have the two different data types, and put it in integer. This result itself is float. How can you put in an integer type variable? You cannot do it. Okay. Similarly, if you want to perform any other thing, either it's a subtraction, multiplication, or division, or remainder, right? For all these operations, if you want to run it, you'll see all of them have decimal point output, correct? Hassan? Hassan Jahid?
Yeah, brother, no problem, brother.
It's good, right? Okay, good. Thank you so much. So this is why you need a container that can actually hold these decimal point numbers. For that, you needed.
I have a small compliment for you.
What was that?
Yeah, from the last class, I'm watching you and I'm new to you. But thing is, you really explain very good. You really interpret very good. Thank you very much. You are very good.
All right. Thank you so much. I don't know. I'm good. How good I am.
After your explanation, usually no question rests in the mind. Trust me.
Okay.
That's why I always wait. Whenever you are explaining, I always wait. I see that you usually solve all the things. Thank you. Thank you. That's good.
Okay, but don't be so like don't think that I'm so good. I do a lot of mistakes too. So but I really appreciate you said it. But I do a lot of mistakes. But correct me if I do anytime I wrong.
Yeah,
Okay.
you are really good, brother. May Allah bless you.
Okay. Okay, so let me. Okay. So here is the thing. So this is any question anyone have after this, that why we cannot put this the operations of two variables with two data types into integer type variable, and why we need a floating point variable. These things are very, it look like very small, very not much to see in here, but trust me, in interview time they will be asking question most of time, I mean, related to this stuff. They want to make sure that your basic concepts, your core Java concepts are good. These are the basic building blocks of your learning. So I'll be sharing this class, this code as it is in here. What I want to do is, when you want to listen to the class again or want to do practice again, follow this practice, also do your own practice and see how it works, how it's really behaving. Use different kind of variable with different data types and see how it's behaving, what kind of different output you're getting. Okay, these things are really, really important. Okay, we're gonna do practice practice at home.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
You know, I noticed the last system out print that you did, those last 4 or 5, inside the brackets, right, where it says num3 plus num4, num3 minus num4, right there.
Yeah.
I noticed you don't have the word result like you do in the top ones. You know
I
what I'm
have
saying?
the word, which one?
Result.
Oh, okay. So here what it is doing, Java is basically, I mean, Java is taking the value of num3, which is what? 10, right?
Yeah.
And what is the value of num4? 3. And you have this plus, right? So it's, I mean, Java understand, hey, you know what? The value of this variable is a number. The value of this variable is a number.
Right.
So I can do one thing. I can do arithmetic operations, and I am the arithmetic operators, which can perform some addition. It's doing it. Same thing happening for all other lines that you see. It's not actually printing out, it's doing the operation and then printing you the result.
So I don't need the word result in there.
So result is just another container. It's like it's like what? It's like, let me show you, let me draw some pictures.
You know what I'm saying, right? Because I see that.
No, I see it. I mean, I understood, but this is what happening in here. Let me just give me 1 second. Let me. So this is what happening here is that. Okay. Is that you have a bucket, right? It has a number 10. You have another bucket, it is a number 3, correct?
Okay.
So what the result is nothing but another bucket.
Oh, hold on, man. I lost the screen. Give me a second. Oh, I gotta scroll up. Hold on. I think you're too high up. I can't see the screen. No.
You can see my screen? Okay, let me then put it in here. Hold on 1 second.
I thought something happened to my computer.
No. Okay, fine. So we have one bucket which has the value 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have another bucket which is the value 3.
Okay.
So result is nothing but another bucket.
Right.
Okay. Result is nothing but another bucket.
Right.
So what's happening? You are adding these two numbers and putting it in here. You're adding these two numbers and putting it in here. What if you don't want to put the result of addition of these two numbers in this bucket? You just want to print it out like this.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
You're getting my point? I mean, this has the value 13. You just have another bucket. You're adding these two numbers, putting it in this bucket and printing out this number. So here, what if I don't want to put in a bucket? I just want to print it out. Then how am I going to do it? So this is why, let me go back. So this is what's happening in here. Here, you're putting it inside this bucket, right? Here, you're just doing the operations and just printing it out.
Right.
You getting my?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's good, right? Okay.
It's just a different way of doing it.
It's just different way of doing it. Absolutely, very good. It's just a different way of doing it. Okay. So I will share this coding with you guys, so that you'll have chance to do more work and see the difference, how it is working. So the thing is that in coding, right? The coding is like, I mean, I just tell my students every time that, hey, it's like let me see. It's like you have a house, right? One second. You have a house. I know it's like a very weird looking house. You have a house in here, okay? So in this house, you have one way that you can come in.
Juel, bhai, we can't see your skin. Yeah. Okay. Can you put it down a little bit? Scroll it down a little bit, yeah, because the top portion is hidden under the bar. Yeah.
Let me see. Is it better now?
Yes.
Better
This is
now?
good. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that, see, this is your destination, right? This is your home. So you can come to your home from your work in this way. You have another way that you can take. It's a different route, right? There's a different route you can use to come to your house, to your home. The coding is similar like this. The one thing to achieve, you can have different way to do, different path you can take. None of them is wrong. Only thing is that how efficient that route, it depends. Some route is very fast, some route is very small, some route takes a long time. But you can achieve the goal. You getting my point? That's the only thing I'm just trying to tell you. One thing could be done in many different ways. Okay? And this is one of the things you will learn slowly, that I'm showing you one thing, this is done this way, but there's another way to achieve it. Maybe I will not be able to show you all of those routes, but you can figure it out. You will figure it out. The more you do the coding, the more you do practice, you will see, hey, he showed this way to do, but I found actually the other way I can do it. You getting my point, Emily, what I'm saying? Or Lija, I guess. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. So this is what we need to keep in mind. So this is the arithmetic operations that we have. Besides arithmetic operations, what other operators we have? This is the arithmetic operators. So after the arithmetic operators, what are the next thing I'm going to show you is the called relational operator. Okay, relational operator that I can show you. Arithmetic operator is done. This is another one is called relational operator. Relational operator, okay? Now, when I'm talking about the relational operator, we are trying to identify some relation between different kind of data type that we have. Between different type of data type that we have. Now, what are the relational operators that we have now? we have the relational operators. Relational operator could be divided into actually two different segments. One is for comparison. Another one is you can identify that you can determine the equality of the different data types. The first one is comparisons. So, what is comparison? Relational operator. So, what does this symbol mean? Less than, right? I mean, anything. Okay. By the way, there is another thing that I missed. Before I jump into it, let me tell you. There's another thing I missed. I need to type it up. Let me go. Let me open up Office. Okay. So we had this one, right? We had num1 is 10 and num2 is another 10. Okay. We have integer result. Okay, is num1 plus num2. Listen. So this result will have the value for num1 and num2. Okay.
20.
So this result has the value 20. Very simple. Very good. So this one is called the operators. So these two, num1 and num2, they also have a special name. They also have a special name. So they are called, let me write it down. Let me see. Let me see. They are called operand. Sorry. They're called operand.
It's a number, right? Oh, no.
This one and this one.
Operands.
This is called operand. Okay. This is called operand. And this one is called what? Operator.
That's operation.
Okay. So how many operand I have in here? I have two operand, right?
Two.
I have two operands and I have one operators. Okay.
Yes.
So this plus is the operator which is working for, which can work for how many operands?
Two.
It can work for two operands. Whenever any operator works for two operands, that operator is called, this operator is called what? This operator is called
Relational.
binary operator. This operator is called what? Binary operator. Okay. So all the arithmetic operator that we have seen in our previous coding, this operator, this one, and this one, this one. What kind of operators are these arithmetic operators? Binary operators. Okay. One thing to remember: these arithmetic operators are called binary operators. Good. Nice. Okay. Now come to the relational operator part, if this thing is clear. So for relational operators, we have here. For relational operators, we have here first what? This is comparisons. We have two different segments. One is comparison, one is equality. Now, comparison operator will compare between two data types. And it has to be two similar kind of data type. Right? So if this is what kind of symbol is this one? This one?
Less.
So anything come in here is less. Anything come here is greater, right?
Greater.
So yeah. So less than, this is, we call it less than symbol. Less than, right? This is greater than. We are comparing between two data, right? We are comparing. So this operator, if this operator working between two data, now what kind of operator this? I mean, what kind of operator is this one?
Greater.
Binary, or what? Is it a binary or not?
Yeah, still binary.
Because if you are saying that, A is, I mean, 3 is greater than 2. Okay, if you're saying like something like this, if you're saying 3 greater than 2, so this operator is working between how many data? 2 data. This is one data. This is one data. That means this one is what? This one is binary operators, and it's comparing. It's comparing that this number is actually greater than this number. Okay. Or here we already have a variable here, right? Num. So let me put here saying that 30. Let me put here saying 30. So that means if I say that num2 is greater than num1, right?
Yes.
So this is a comparison operator which is saying num2 is greater than num1, and it's working between this working for these two data. So this is a binary operator, also a comparison operator, also as a relational. It just giving you the relation between these two numbers. It's saying, hey, this is the elder brother, this is the younger brother. Elder brother has the age 30, younger brother has the age 10, right? This is how it is comparing, and also defining the relations between two data. Also, it's working between two data, so this is also called binary operators. Similarly, if I put in less than this way, also similarly, if I say less than or equal, okay, it could be either less than or equal. This is also another comparison operators, also a binary operators. So this one, if I say this one, what does that mean? What does that mean, Lisa?
I'm sorry, repeat the question. I'm sorry, I had some noise.
No, I'm saying this operator, is that, what kind of operator is that?
Less than or equal, I mean larger than, equal to, greater than or equal to.
Greater than or equal to. What kind of operator is that? What kind of operator is this one called? Binary operator, right?
Yes.
And also this is doing the comparison between these two numbers, so she also called comparison operator, right? So same thing has
also called what? Comparison operator?
Also called comparison operator. That's right, because it's comparing between these two numbers.
Right.
You can compare. You can compare between these two numbers using this symbol. Okay, using this operator you can compare. This is also comparison operator.
Yes, comparison. Okay.
So then, if I go back in here, so we have less than equal. Also, we have greater than or equal. Okay. There's another operator there called instance of, but don't worry about it right now. Just keep limit up to this point. Instance of is another one that probably we can discuss later. Not now. Okay, it's called instance of. So one segment was comparison, the another segment was equality. In Java, if you want to say, hey, these two numbers are equal, how can you say this? So in Java, equal operators, actually it's not look like this. If I say 2, if I say like this is not an equal operator. This is not telling you the equality. If I say num assignment, if I say num1 is 1 and num2 is 1, then what happened? Then num1 equal num2. Is that giving me the equality?
No.
It's basically taking the value of num1 to num2 to num1. Okay. So basically what happening here? Basically what happening here is that whatever the value that num2 has is going to take it and put it back in here. So this operator is not an equal operator. If we have to say these two numbers are equal, then you have to say something like this. Num1, 2. Two of them, see? I have 1, another one, 2. And you have to say num2. Then you can say that this num1 is equal to num2. Okay, so this is called equality operators. Okay. So this two number could be equal, this two number might not be equal. If this two number is not equal, how can I represent it? I can say num, and there is a special symbol Java, it's called not. This symbol means not. Not equal num2. Okay. It's saying that num1 is not equal. This basically it means not equal. Okay. It's saying that this number and these numbers are not equal using this operator. This one and this one is called equality operator. Okay. If you want to see that if these two numbers are equal or not, then you can use these symbols. But no way you can use this one. This is not actually the equal operator. It has another name which is called, what is the name of this operator?
Assignment.
Assignment operator. This is called assignment operators. This is called assignment. Assignments operator. Okay. This is called assignment operators. How this assignment operator works? It will take the value from the right side and put it on the left side of this assignment operator. Okay. If the value of this value of the number 2, let me change it to 5, right? And value of the number 1 value is what? 1, right? After this statement, the value of the num1 will become 5. It has the value 1 now. It has the value 5 now. Now I'm putting what I'm doing here in this line. In this line, I'm taking the value of num2, which is 5, and putting it in here. So num1 has a value 1, which is now replaced by the new value, which is 5. So this is assignment operator. Okay. Let's put it over there in our code. So these examples of these comparisons we'll see very soon when we'll be doing the comparison. Okay. We'll do the comparison. When we will do the control structure, then you will see the most use cases of these operators. Okay. For the equality, for equality, you have these symbols, and also you have this means equal. It also works between two data type. This is why it's called what kind of operator? Binary operators. If I say this symbol means what? Not equal. It also works between two data types. Okay. Then this is also a binary operators. Very good. So we already did the assignment. See, we already did the assignment previously, right? So we have been keep using the assignment operators from the beginning. Okay. So assignment operators will take the right value, the right side of the value and put it on the left side. Okay. This is how the assignment operator works. Okay. Up to this point, any question? We covered arithmetic operator, we covered relational operator, we covered assignment operators. Now we have something interesting, which is called logical operators, Logical operators. So logical operators are, so they're called logical AND, which is basically this one, ampersand, 2 ampersand. Okay. So logical AND. We can have logical OR, which is actually like this is called what symbol? 2 pipe symbol. This is called 2 pipe symbol. Okay. So we have logical AND and logical OR. Okay. So when I'm saying logical, what does that mean? That means you can use this operator to perform some logical operations. Let's see what kind of logical operation we can perform. Let me put a table. We are going to create something which is called truth table. Which is called what? Truth table. What does truth table look like? Let me create. Okay. So I actually need 4 of them, like this. Okay. So truth table. So this logical operator, they also work in between two data types. So if that 2 data types is working on, then the question is that what kind of operator is that logical operator again? This logical AND, logical OR. I can call them what?
Binary.
I can call them binary operator. I can call them, these logical operators are also binary operator because they work for 2 operand. They work on 2 operands. So they are binary operators. So if you have 1 operand, okay, let me put another column. So operand 1, operand 2. Okay. The result. So this is how truth table works. Let's focus first time on logical AND. Okay. Then logical AND is what? Logical AND is like this. This is the symbol we use for logical AND. Now this is another one is logical OR. What is the symbol for logical OR? 2 pipeline. Okay. Now how this thing works? Let's focus first in here. Logical AND first. Let's take it away, logical AND. Okay. Now, if the first operand has the value which is true, I'm saying the value of that first one is true, and the second one is also true, then the output will be
true.
Okay. It's saying that if you are true and you are also true, then the output will be true. If first one has the output true, any output, don't think too much what he's talking about, what output, we'll see, we'll be coding and then we'll see. And the second one has the output which is false. Then what happens? The result is
false.
This is truth table. Now third condition, if the first one has the result output as false and the operand 2 has the output true, still the output will be, the final output will be
false.
Similarly, for the final pattern, if the first one has the output false, second one has the false too, then the result would be also false. What does that mean? That means I have two friends. One of my friend name is, what's the name I can give? One of my friend name is Neo. Okay, this is one of my friend Neo. And the second of my friend name is Tintin. Okay, the two are my friends. We are both friends. Third one is me, Juel. So what I'm saying, if Neo is coming today afternoon and Tintin is also coming, which is true, then we will go for a movie. Then we will go for a movie all together, right? Let's take this one. It's saying that if Neo is coming today and Tintin is also coming today in our class, in today's class, then today afternoon I will take all of you guys to dinner, to our dinner party. If both of them coming. So what happened? Tintin came, Neo came, also Tintin came to this class. So I'm taking all of you guys to the dinner party, right? So that means this is also true. Second condition, second scenario. The second scenario is saying, if Neo coming today, right? Neo came today, but Tintin didn't come. So I am not taking you to any dinner or anywhere. No movie tonight. Okay. Third pattern. Neo didn't come, but Tintin came, right? Still, I am not going to take you anywhere. No more movie today. Tintin didn't come. Neo didn't come, and Tintin didn't come. So there's no way we can have any party today, right? So the bottom line is that when you use the AND operator, that means both of the data should be true. Both of the conditions should be true. If both of the conditions are true, then your final output or whatever you want to do, you can go ahead and execute. If either of them are false, you are not going to do any executions. Okay? This is how logically it works. Any question? We're going to see in the coding how it looks like. But let's look into the theory first. Any question about logical AND?
No, it's okay.
Okay. If this is the case, let me take my two friends for the logical OR. Okay. All right. Then what's the difference between logical OR? So Neo came today, right? True. And Tintin also came in the class. What we are going to do? We are going to play basketball. So that means our final decision is depending on these two input. If this input is true and this input is true, we are saying we are going to do something. I mean, we'll play basketball or we'll do something. So in a coding perspective, if one condition is true and second condition is also true, then we are going to execute our final condition, right? So there is no difference between this scenario and this scenario for logical AND and logical OR. Now look for the second scenario. Second scenario was what? Neo came today, but Tintin didn't come. What will happen? In the AND conditions, both of them has to be true, then the final result will be true. In the OR conditions, either of them has to be true because this is a OR. I'm saying if Neo come or Tintin come to the class, then we will play basketball. Either one of them has to be true. Second options. Similarly, if Neo come today or Tintin come today, then we will play basketball. That means today Neo did not come in our class, but who came? Tintin came. So we are going to play our basketball today. But what happened next scenarios? Neo did not come. First scenario failing. First condition failing. Did Tintin come to the class? No. Second condition failing. What will be the final output? Fail. We are not going to do anything. No more basketball for today because my two friends are missing. Here, either one of them has to be present. Then it's true for these two conditions, right? Here, both of them are coming, so I definitely going to execute my output. Execute my statement. So I want to do something, right? Here, none of the conditions are true. So my final decision will be false. This is how logically thing works. So logical OR and logical AND. Any questions anyone have? No questions? Am I audible?
It's pretty much clear, Bhaiya.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, very good. If this is good, so we have covered what? We have covered arithmetic operations. We have covered arithmetic operators. We have covered comparisons. We didn't see how comparison look like though, right? We're going to look later when we are going to do today control statement. Then we will see how to implement these comparison operators, right? This equality, we did not see it yet. For not equal, still we need to wait for the control statement. Then I can show you clearly how this operator works. Logical operator, similarly, I can show you later, okay, then how it works. And I will show you. So the common thing of all these operators is what? What is the common thing for all those operators? Someone tell me.
They're all binary.
They're all binary. Wonderful. They're all binary. Why? Because they work for two operands. Okay? They sit in between two operands. They perform their operations for two operands. So these are called binary operator. Wonderful. So besides this operator, there are also other operators who work, which is the binary operators, but and different kind of operators. I'm not suggesting you to go for those operators, but I'm going to explain it to you how those operators works. In practice, it is very rare that we use that operator. You probably might need to use in your coding also, but you need to know them. Those things are called bitwise operators and shift operators. So they work for what, you know? They actually work for not for the regular numbers. They work for the bit. What is bit? What is bit? What is bit? Can anyone answer me the question? 0 and 1 is the bit. Very simple. 0 and 1. Nice. 0 and 1 is the bit. So that means how the bitwise operator works. So bitwise operator also have bitwise. Okay, so bitwise operator. Let me take it down. Put it over here. Bitwise operators are like this. This is called bitwise AND. Okay. This is called bitwise OR. Okay. This is called bitwise exclusive OR, XOR, or exclusive OR. Okay. Shift operators. This is called right shift operator. This is called left shift operator. Okay. This is called unsigned right shift operator. This is called unsigned left shift operators. They work in a bit level. You don't need to know all the details right now. You don't have to. But you always can do some exercise, do some what can I say? We do some experiments. But for now, I'm not suggesting you to spend too much time into this bit. But I'm going to show you in a very light way that how these things works. What exactly is that? So that you will have the understanding what is the difference between logical and what is the difference between bitwise and bitwise OR. So bitwise operator and shift operator, they are also binary operators, okay? But they work in a bit level. What does mean by bit level? So binary representation of this one is like this. Okay? Binary, okay, so one is, let me do line thing. This is 1, this is 1, 0, this is 1, 2, this is 1. So this will be, so 1 is 0001, 2 is 0010. Okay. Let's not make it complex. Let's make it simple. So binary representation of this decimal number 1 is 0001, and binary representation of this 2 is 0010. So what does logical AND is working here? Okay, logical AND is working between, bitwise AND is working in a bit level. That means this is 1, this is 0. So here it will be 0. This is 0, this is 1. So it will be again 0, 0 and 0, 0 and 0. So logically, if you bitwise AND of these two numbers is 0. Bitwise AND of these two numbers is 0. Okay. Let me see if I can take any other examples. So let me see.
Excuse me.
The number.
Excuse me. Oh, you erased it. I was gonna say,
yeah,
how are you
yeah.
gonna go with those zeros?
Yes. Let me find another examples. Hold on.
Well, I lost something.
Yeah. Just give me 1 second.
I know 0 is simple, but
is 1, 1. Okay. Let me do like this. Let me take these two examples. Okay. The binary representation of 2 is like this, and binary representation of 3 is like this. Okay. Okay. Now let me show you. How it works actually in a binary level. It's saying that if this is 0 and this is 1, then if you do the logically AND, if you do bitwise AND, which is nothing but ampersand, right? Then what will happen? So the value of 2 is this is the just a little more. So I have an integer num1, which is a value 2. Okay. I have Okay. Okay. So, all right. So this is two variable, right? This is two variable. This is it should have two. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is two variable, and it has number is 2, 1 is 3. When you're going to do bitwise and work like this: num1 and num2. Num1 and num2. Okay. Num1 and num2. So what exactly going to happen? So you have another variable saying integer num3. So this is your bitwise what? This is your bitwise operators. So what this operator will do, it is going to work in a bit level. That means the num1 will be converted to binary number, binary representation. Num2, this variable has a value what? 3, right? 3 will be converted to binary representation. Then the bit operator, this bit operator is going to work. How it works? How we take the decisions? How we take the output? It's saying 0 and 1. It is 0, this is 1. So this will be 0. This is 0 means false. 1 means true, right? So that means this is true, this is true. It should be what? 1. This is 0, this is 0. Should be what? 0. This is 0, this is 0. Should be what? 0. Right? So this is the bitwise AND operator works. Let's take the output. So 0, 0, 1. So this is actually means 2. Right? 0 and 1 is 0, 1 and 1 is 1 is 1 is 1. Okay, let me check let me check it out. Let's just do it in here. We took 1 is 2, 1 is 3. So say integer my num1 is true. Okay. 1 second. Okay. Okay. My num1 is true, and integer my num2 is 3. So here I have the result. What was the thing that we said? So this should be my num3. Okay, so my num3 equal my num1. Sorry, my num1 bit operator. Okay, bit operators, and then my num2. So this is the case that this output, I am expecting this output to give me this one, which is 0 is false, 1 is true, false and true. If we do the AND operation, the truth table, false and true cannot be true, should be false, which is 0. 1, true, 1, true, output is 1, which is also true. So this true or false, so current is 0. So the representation of this one, 1, 0, I'm expecting the output should be 2. This is my expectation. My expectation is that output should be true. Okay, let's see. Let me do it. So we have, so let's do. Let me copy. Okay. So what is my output here? 2. Okay, let me just put it over here. Maybe it will be simple this way. So what is the output? 2. How is coming 2? Like the way I explained, 2 is a decimal number. It represented, it gets, when you use the bitwise AND operator or any bitwise operators, the decimal point number get converted to binary numbers. And then they do the bitwise AND operations. And the AND operation, how it works, is saying, if it is true, I'm going to give you the true output. In this case, 0 is considered as a false, 1 is considered as a false. The AND operation, 0 and 1 is 0. 1 and 1 is 1. 0 and 0 is 0. 0 and 0 is 0. That means false and true is false. Truth and truth is 1. Truth and truth is truth. False and false is again false. False and false is again false. So this is 0010. 0010 is the representation of which number? 0010 is the representation of number 2. This is why when you do this thing, it's getting the output 2. If I want to do bitwise OR operations, this is the OR operation. This is the one single pipe. Now, can someone tell me then what would be the one second. I know this is a very fundamental stuff, computer science basic stuff, not that tough. Now 0 and 1, what will be the bitwise AND here?
0.
This is 0, this is 1. What will be the output here?
0.
Not 0. This is false. This is true. I'm doing OR. OR operation means either this one or this one has to be 1. If one of them is 1, then means it is 1.
Yes.
This is 1. This is 1. I don't have to think twice. It will be 1. But this is false. This is false. It will be what? False. This is false. This is false. It will be false. This 1 1 is actually the representation of which number? Number 3, right? So if I do bitwise OR operations in here, let me check it. If I do bitwise OR operations here, then you will see the next number will be 3. Okay, so this is how the bitwise operator works. The same thing for the shift operator. They work in a bit level. For you, up to this much, just remember bitwise operators and shift operators, they work in a bit level. Up to this much, if you know, if someone asks you a question, if you answer in the interview, you should be fine. Okay, but this bitwise operator, what kind of operator? Of all of this operator that we learned, what kind of operator are those operators? What can I tell?
Binary.
What is the common thing? Binary operator. I'm just keep asking this question. I know, but this is binary operators, right? So these are all the binary operators we have. Shift operators, bitwise operators, logical operators, relational operators. Within the relational operators, we have comparison and equality, arithmetic operators. These are all binary operators. If these are the binary operators, if this operator works for these 2 data, right? 2 operands. Is there any operator is there which can work only with 1 operand? Binary means 2. And unary means 2. Unary means 1. Binary means 2. Unary means 1. So there is actually 1 operator that works only with one operand. Okay, these are called binary operators. So there are ++, which is called incremental unary operators, and -. These are called what? Decremental unary operators. Okay, incremental operator, denary operators. And let me give you some examples. If I say integer a, integer a has a number 5. Okay, look carefully. If I do something like this, a plus plus, what will be the output for this number 68 line?
5 plus 1.
5 plus 1 is 6.
So the if I print it out, the output is what? 5. This is incremental operator, but the output is 5. So basically, there are two types of incremental and decremental operators. One is called post-incremental. Other one is called pre-incremental. Okay. So the post-incremental has the examples like anything you give a plus plus or a minus minus. If the plus plus and minus minus coming after the operand, this is the operand. How many operand in here? One operand, right? This is one operand. This is also one operand. If the unary operator is coming after the operand, then it's called post-incremental. But if it is happening like this, it is pre-incremental. This is pre-incremental, okay? We're gonna see the difference between post and pre. Let me give you some. Okay, let me just take it away. Okay. What is the value of a in here? 6. Right? What is the value of a here is 6, right? Why it is 6? What just happened here? A plus plus. This is called post-incremental, but what just happened here? The output of this variable is what? 6.
6.
Yes. I need you guys to talk to me when I'm talking, okay? Don't stay quiet.
Okay.
So this is the output is 6. What exactly happening here? Can anyone tell me?
Yeah, the A is increasing by 1.
A is increasing by 1. That means this A plus plus is similar to something like this.
That means A plus plus is equal to A plus 1.
Exactly. It means A plus 1. So these two lines, the 68 and 69 are similar. Instead of writing A equal A plus 1, that means A is the container variable. Okay, so what you are doing, inside this container, you are putting the value of the container plus 1 and putting it back again to the container. So here A is 5 plus 1 is 6. You are putting it back again to A. All right. This line that you have in 69, how many times? I mean, what you did? You have to type A. You have to give another operators. Then A plus 1. The whole thing you can do it just like using this one. Just like this. You don't need this line. If you say A plus plus, it will do this, all these things. It will add 1 with this value 5, which is 6, and it will put it back to the variable A. All these things is happening only with A plus plus. This plus plus is called the unary operators. These things are very important to understand unary operators. We will be working on different looping and different other things. At that time, we'll see if you don't understand this concept, it will be a problem. This is a very simple concept. The plus plus is called unary operators. Why it is called unary operators? How many operand is here? How many operand in here?
Only one. One.
Only one. A is the only operand. Here, the difference is that, see, here I have one operand and another operand, two operands. It's a binary, right? So this one, see, I have two operands. Each has value 10, it has value 3, and then the operations is working for this two operand. Here, how many operand? Only one operand. It's basically telling you that, hey, you know what? Add 1 with the value of this variable, which is 5, and put it back again to the variable, to the same variable. Put it back again to the same variable, right? So when I'm printing out, I'm getting the output 6. This is called post-incremental. This is called post-incremental. Similarly, if I want to do something like this, if I want to do something like this, A minus minus, and print it out again, what will be the value now?
4.
What will be the value? What will be the
4.
statement output for 73?
It's a 4.
4.
No, it's not 4. What will be the output for this statement 73?
5.
It should be 5.
It will be
Because
5.
here
Yeah.
the
In relation to the previous one.
Oh, I thought.
Yeah.
I thought it
Because
was-
no.
Oh, okay.
Don't think it, because we are not putting it in a comment, right? If this is 6, I'm changing it back again. So what's happening here? Here, this is what's happening. A equal A minus 1.
1, yes.
Okay? This is what happening here.
And the
This is
value
what
of A is
happening here.
6 this time.
Yeah. Let me put this thing here. So when I'm putting it in here, I'm going to share the same code with you guys. Don't just put it back in your computers. You need to do practice, and then you need to do the same thing by yourself. Otherwise, it will be always a mistake. You'll be putting the same thing always in your computer, and you'll never try. Let's not do it. Okay. So this is how incremental operator works. Now this is I'm calling post decrement, and this is I'm calling post increment. Okay, so this is I'm calling post increment. This is I'm calling post decrement. So then, what is the difference between this one? I mean, what if I do like this? What if I do like this and I want to print out? If I do like this, then what will be the output for number 74?
Number 74.
Yes.
Going to be 7.
It will be what?
7.
It will be 7. Okay. I mean, start thinking from number 66. And now tell me what will be the output for number 74.
6. 5.
Here it became 5.
Yeah, it's going to be 6.
It will be
Going
5.
to be
6.
It's going to be 6, not 5, because the previous value was 5. Then
Right.
you're changing it
Yeah,
again.
it's a 6. It's a 6.
This plus A means the same thing like this. It is the same thing like here. Same thing. Okay? It means 6. Similarly, if I take it, do it in here. If I do like this, this is called pre-incremental. This is called pre-incremental. What will be the value of 77 now?
77.
I mean, how about the rest of the people? You guys don't participate. You guys are actually in the class or not?
It will be 5.
It will be 5. Of course, it will be 5. Because it was 6, and then when this statement will run, what it will do? It will minus 1 and put it back to the A, and I'm printing out the A. So it will be 5. Simple. Simple math.
I have a little question. The second one, the 70th line. When A is equal to 5, then A minus 1 should be 4. Why is it 5?
No. See, A was 5 at the first time, right? We're okay here. In this, when this statement run, 67, A become what? 6. The current value of A is 6. So when I'm running this statement, that it's doing it's subtracting 1 from the current value. If current value is 6, it's taking out 1, then output should be 5, right? You getting the point? Because these values keep changing. I started with 5, that becomes 6, and I minus again, it became 5. I plus 1 again, became 6. I minus 1 again, then it became 5 again. Make sense?
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
So incremental and decremental. So far, if I run it, let me see what happened. Let's run it. Okay. Same, right? What I've seen, what I've told you is same. Now, my question is, now here's the thing. It's incremental and post-incremental and pre-incremental. So what is post-incremental? This is when it's coming after the operand, it's called post-incremental. If it is coming before the operand, it's called pre-incremental. If it is coming after the operand, it's called post-decremental. If it is this minus coming before the operand, then it's called pre-decremental.
Can I ask you a question?
Difference?
Can I ask you a question before we go further?
Sure.
Okay, start from the beginning there. A plus plus is A plus 1 on the first one. Okay, then plus plus A is also A plus 1. They're the same. They're the same.
Which one you're talking about? I mean, which line?
Go start. A plus plus equals to A plus 1.
This one, the highlighted one?
Yeah, and then go to the third line.
Yes.
Third line.
Yes. Yeah.
Then plus plus A.
No. Third line is this is the string. That's why I told you, right? This is the concatenation operators here. It's not adding number with A with A. It's printing out. This A is I'm printing out as a string. This string is the one data type. This A has the value 6, and this one is it's not adding this A with this value. Did you miss this thing to the class? I told you that this class has two different things.
She is asking 67 and 73. One A plus plus, another one is plus plus A. Why both are value same, A plus 1, A plus 1?
Yes, that's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Okay, sorry that I think I misunderstood that one. Thank you for clearing this one.
Maybe I said it the wrong way.
So you were saying number 67, this is A plus 1. Why this is also A plus 1, right?
Yes.
This is what I was saying to you guys. This post-incremental and pre-incremental, they do the same thing.
Okay.
They do the same thing. This one is adding 1 with the value of this variable. This is also doing the same thing.
Okay. So it's just doing the same thing, and then the negative, same thing.
Same thing, yeah. This is why I'm writing it. So they're doing the same thing. Now the question is, then why they are post and pre-incremental? If they can do the same thing, then what is the difference? This is the question.
Yeah, that's the question. Very important one.
Yes.
The question is, that if they do the same thing, then why the concept of post and pre-incremental come into the pictures? Why we have to think of these things? Right? This is a valid question. So now then come into how the post-incremental works. That you need to understand. The way post-incremental work is that when you have a statement, right? When you execute this statement, this one, what exactly it will do is, at this point in 67, the value of the A is actually 5. As soon as it comes to the next line, it uses the new value, which is 5 plus 1, 6. How can I tell you this? I'm going to give you an example. Just first understand the theory. So post-incremental, the way it works is, when this statement is running, at this point, it is still holding the old value, which is 5. As soon as it comes for the next statement, then it's using the new value, which is 5 plus 1, 6. For pre-incremental, it it actually changed the value. The original value gets changed, and the value here itself is already 6, and you are getting 6 also in here. Okay, let's have a small example of this one, right? So here the value is 5. So let's start from the beginning. Say integer, say b. Make it. Let me give a number 6. Let me give a number 6. Okay. Let's have a integer b 6 6, and let me have another example. Integer bb is also 6. Okay, so this one we are going to test the post incremental post, and this is we are going to test pre. Post and pre. This is the two things we are going to test right now. Let's do the testing. How these things are different, and the thing that I told you, how it really works. And we also need another. Let's have another variable called temp1. So basically, I want the temp1 for this one, and I have integer temp2. Okay. Let's first check the incremental thing, how this thing works. So temp1, I'm saying temp1. Okay. Temp1 is I'm saying b plus. Okay. Okay, not b plus plus. I'm saying something different. Say
D or whatever.
Say b plus plus. Okay. And print out. So what is the value of temp1? 6, right?
6.
So okay. Actually, let's put them here. Actually, let's put them here. Okay. Focus on this highlighted line. What was the value of b? 6, right?
6.
This one is empty, has nothing. So here I am doing what kind of incremental is this? Post incremental. What kind of incremental? Post incremental.
Post incremental.
Okay. So value was 6. If I do b plus plus, what I am expecting here? It should be b equal b plus 1.
Plus 1.
7.
That was my expectation, correct? That was my expectation, correct? But what
Yes.
I'm getting here, what I'm getting here?
6.
6. Very good, right? Very good.
I think
So
incrementation
so
does not happen right away, but decrementation.
Exactly. Let's just complete the one. So
now you can do one more line. Temp2.
Sorry. Hold on. Let me do it. Integer. Okay. So the first example we understood what exactly happening is there that even though we expected 7, but we are getting output what? 6.
6.
Right? Okay. Now look into this one. In here, if I now run it, six. What was We didn't use the BB any before, right? Temp 2 is 8.
What is the meaning of temp?
It's just
Temp
name.
is just
That's name of the integer.
the name of another variable.
Okay.
This is 2.
Error.
1 second. It has, I'm doing mistake somewhere. The temp 2 has the value plus b.
It's supposed to be plus VB, right, Bhaiya? Because you give the double B integer over there.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, why did I do something wrong? Somewhere, okay. Up to this point is good, right? What is the value of? Which is 6, which is good. Then I want to do temp 2. Temp 2 has the plus b, is plus b, and then I want to print out why is coming 8. I'm expecting here 7. I'm not expecting here 8.
Should be B.
So the temp plus there should be double D.
Double B should.
Oh, sorry. Here, see, I'm missing it here. I'm putting here B, so it's incrementing B. So thank you. I think this is the time that I need a break. Okay, now it's 7, right? Thank you so much, because I think I'm missing this typo. Thank you. So I'm just incrementing this one, right? Which was a mistake. Sorry about it. So I don't need this line. We'll go for a break very soon, and I need a break too. But let's complete this incremental, decremental thing. All right. Okay. Now again, I'm going to put them all in a comment. Okay. Now let me run it again. Now, Lisa, do you see what's happening in here?
Okay.
What's happening in line between 79 and 82? Tell me.
B equals post.
79, what is the value for B? What is the value for B at the very
Okay,
top?
value for B in 79 is 6, simple.
79 is 6 as simple, very good. So what's happening in 81, line number 81?
Okay, you have the post, you have a post.
Post-incremental, right?
Right.
So post-incremental means B plus means B should have the value of B plus 1.
Yes.
Correct?
Right.
If this is correct, then this temp 1, this is another variable, right? It should have the value 7, because B plus 1, B is 6.
Yes.
6 plus 1 is 7. I should have the output 7. Why I'm getting 6?
Okay, why are you getting?
Why I'm getting 6? Because what exactly happening here in this statement, B, when it actually incremented the value, but it's still holding the whole old value. It's putting the old value in this temp 1, then it incremented its own value. So if I print out here something like this, if I print out B, sorry.
So it's holding on to the 6, you're saying?
Yeah, if I print out like this, if I say like B, right? I should see the value 7. The value is changed, but it's not in the same statement. When it is using the post increment, it's not actually using this data for this variable. It's saying, you know what? I have the old data, old value in my variable. I'm going to give it to you. Then I'm going to do the incrementation. You getting it?
So you're keeping the old, and which operator is making it do that? The temp 1?
This one, post incremental.
I mean, not the temp 1, the plus plus.
Yes, post.
Right, but the plus plus, Okay.
Post plus plus, this is post incremental because it's coming after the operand. I
Right.
told you, right?
It should be 6 plus 1.
Exactly, 6 plus 1. This is exactly 6 plus 1. When you're putting the plus plus after the operand, then at that time, the way it works is that it will still going to use the old value and update this variable.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay.
And after that, when this statement is running, it's coming to the next line, then it is giving you the updated value, which is 7.
Okay. And
kind of tricky, but this is how it is.
What's making it do that? Which operator? But when is it true? Yeah, B plus plus, but we had B plus plus before, and that was 6 plus 1 is 7. Now, because you're doing something different, the temp?
No. Because of the nature of the post incremental. When it's coming after the operand, it's called post increment. When the post increment happen, at that time, it's putting this old value in here, then it increment itself. It actually becomes 7. See, it becomes 7. The value of B is what? Value of B is 7. It's changed. But at that time, when you are using it in here, when you want to update this variable, the variable is empty, right? The variable has no value right now. You want to put the value from this operation. When the B plus plus execute, it actually updates itself to 7, but it's giving the old value to this variable.
To the temp one.
Yes. So
okay.
In the same statement of B plus plus, it still have the old value. When you come to the next statement, this is one statement, this is another statement. When you come to the next statement, then it has the new value, which is 7.
Okay, got it.
Okay, this is how it is.
It's simple.
Simple. So this is for post incremental. Same thing will be happening for post decremental. Decremental is what? Minus minus. So if I give minus minus,
it will happen right away.
It
will happen right away. It will be 5.
It will not happen right away. It will not happen right away. It will not happen right away. So temp is still what? 6. The value of temp is still 6. In this line, it became 5.
5.
So post incremental or post decremental, this is how they work. Okay? Let me put it back to post incremental. At home, you can try the post decremental the way I show you. But this is how it works. Now for pre-incremental, how it works. So how it works, let me show you. In the pre-incremental, in this statement, what's happening? It will update the value to itself. So here, this is what happening. Let me give you one example. This is what happening here. Here, when you see this statement, this line is running, then it will put the value of temp 1 to 6, and then it will do B equal 6 plus 1. This is what happening here in this line. You getting my point?
Yeah, but there is a contradiction. When you are, if you go up, if you see when you are keeping the value A is equal to 5, then it was doing A is equal to 6.
In here, because this is the second line. The second statement. In this statement, that's what I told you at the time. This statement, the value is still 5. In this statement, value is still 5. Okay? If you want to print out something like this, value is what? 5. Right? In this statement, the statement, the time when it is running at that time, at that point, the value is still the same if you want to use that value. Make sense?
Confusing. What is the difference between these two lines?
What is the
difference? If we are using the same thing, A plus plus, and using that again.
Same thing. Don't get confused. This is why I'm trying to give you a lot of examples. In the post incremental, when this line is running, when this statement B++ is running, at that time, this is what happening. Look at these two statements carefully. It will get the value of B and update the variable temp1. And then this will be executed. This B itself will be updated. It's not going to update itself to B equal B+1 right away. Okay, it will update this variable, then it will update to itself, then you'll get, that's why you are getting 7 in here for this variable. But for this statement here, what's happening? When this 93 will execute, it will happen the different way. It will first update to itself. It will first update to itself, which is 6 plus 7, right? Then it will update this variable. Make sense? Look at this highlighted one and look at this one. In this statement, first of all, it will update this variable with this value. The original value was 6 with this one. And then it will update to itself. Then it becomes 7. Here, when you have the pre-incremental, it will first update to itself, which is become 7. And then it will update this variable. Okay? I'm going to share this code and do practice at home. You'll do by yourself, then you'll learn more. Any question up to this point?
Practice this, I think.
Yes, you need to look into the videos and do practice again, then it should be clear. I know it's a little tricky, but this is a question they ask in the interview sometimes. What is the difference between post-incremental and pre-incremental, or post-decremental or pre-decremental? What is the difference? Your answer would be in post-incremental or in post-decremental. When it is running at that point, at that statement, it actually using the old value, the original value. From the second statement onwards, it's going to use the new value, new updated value. For pre-incremental, in the case of pre-incremental, the variable or the data itself updates first, and then it is used for the next statement or for the same statement, but it updated first itself. Okay? Do practice this portions, and then you'll get more clear. You need your hands on in the computer. It's unfortunate that we are taking class online, but in class, in my class, people do coding in the laptop first by themselves, which is not happening. I don't know how much you are doing, but you need to do it by yourself. Then it will be more clear.
If we do it, then we cannot see you.
Yes, that's the problem. That's the thing. That's the thing. This is unfortunate, right?
Yeah.
That's the why I use this word. This is unfortunate that you cannot do it. So what you have to do, look at this video, look at the example I'm trying to give you again and again, and do it, and then you'll understand. Then you will see the difference. Just looking into my code, a lot of conditions coming up, and I'm telling you, this is tricky. Okay, so try to understand.
Juel bhai, can you jump over on other topics? Can I explain it like that way? Like if I use a cell phone, and before use it, I pay first, then I can use it, and post it, I use it first, then I'll pay it.
Exactly. Very good. And the example that he gave is a very good example. Like a postpaid and prepaid. Right?
Yes.
So first you pay. I mean, what was the thing you said? So whatever you said, it sounds
use that you pay.
Right. Right.
And for prepaid,
so take this as
will
an
say
example. Yeah, take this example and then do the practice again at home. So this is the example of unary operators. Why it is unary operators? People may ask questions because it has only one operand. Why the other things are binary? Because they have two operands. So besides unary binary, is there any other operator is there which can work for more than two operators? Yes. This is called ternary operators. Ternary operator. After this ternary operator will be finished, then we'll go for a break. So what is ternary operator? Ternary operator look like this. This is a very interesting and super operator. It has something like this. It has like you have a so you have a condition first. You have a condition. If your condition is true, then it will do this task one.
Excuse me, brother. I can't see your screen now.
Yeah, me too. I lost it.
No,
I lost your
sorry.
screen. Start again, please.
Let's see.
Your screen is saying I'm sharing. Rest of the guys, can you see?
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
I can see.
It's clear. It's clear.
If you're having problem, I think if you have problem, just join again. Cut the line and join again. It's gonna fix it.
Who are also having problem? Lisa and what was the other brother?
What do you have on the screen right now? What should I see?
It's a
You
Eclipse.
see the Eclipse coding that I'm highly.
Oh, okay. I see you now. Okay, never mind.
Now see.
All right. I know you guys need a break. You gonna go for a break now? And then
Yeah, that's better.
Better.
Yeah.
Yes. I think you guys need a break. Let's come at 5:30. Okay.
Okay.
5 right now. Start. Let's come 5:30. Okay.
5:30. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No. Okay, fine. So ternary operator are basically this two operator. I mean, this question mark and the column. Okay, they both together called ternary operators. So why they are? I mean, binary operator works for two operand, right? And unary operator works for one operand. Then ternary operator works for three operand. If you have a three operand, then ternary operator you can use. Let's see how it works. Let's say integer number 1, which is a value of 15. Integer number 2, which is a value of 13, right? And here is another integer, which is the result. I already have a variable called result, so I can say final result, just another final result. Okay. All right. Then how this operator works? The way it works is, it's saying that here basically the operand 1 is basically a conditions. It's the conditions which is counted as the operand, as some operand. What exactly the conditions? How we work with the conditions? Now let's go back to the here. All right. So I'm saying that you have a operand 1, okay, and then question mark, then you have operand 2, then colon, then you have operand 3. What is this operand is doing? This operand 1. This is basically conditions. You are throwing some condition here. Okay. And the conditions that you have, whenever you give a condition, the condition could be either true or false. Either true or false. So this question mark, this one is asking, hey, you gave me these conditions in my operand 1. Now tell me if this is true or false. I mean, this operator will figure it out. Hey, is this condition true or false? If this condition true, then return this one, operand 2, if it is true. If it is false, then return this one. Return this one means give me this. Give me the value of this one. If this is false. Okay. So first of all, I have the conditions here. I'm checking the conditions, the output of the conditions. If it is true or false. If it is true, I'm going to give the result output of this one, operand 2. If it is false, I'm giving the output this one, operand 3. Let's check it out in the code. So, I have the final result. I'm saying, I'm giving you conditions. I'm saying, putting it in parentheses conditions, I'm saying number 2 greater than number 1. This is my conditions here. If this condition is true, and then I'm asking question. I'm asking question, hey, the conditions that I have on the left side, is it true? If it is true, then print out number 2. If it is not true, then print out. That print out means it shouldn't print out. Give me the result. I mean, put the number 2. Give me number 2, and then I can take the number 2, put it here in this variable. If it is, if this condition is true. If this condition is not true, then give me number 1. Okay. Then I can print out my final output. This is my final result. Okay. Now do the analysis again before I run this code. What does ternary operator do? Ternary means 3, okay? Unary means 1, and binary means 2. We have seen how the unary operator works for only one single operand. We have seen how the binary operator works for the 2 operand. Now we are looking into the ternary operator that works on 3 operand. Now in my first operand, this is always a condition. If this condition is true, I'm going to get this operand, whatever the value this operand had, right? If this condition is false, this question mark is asking, is it true or false? If it is true, I'm getting this one. And if this is false, I'm getting this one. In our case, in the line number 102, tell me what would be the value for the final result. In our case, in this example.
15.
The number should be 15, right? Because number 2 is not greater than number 1. Is it true? No. That means I am getting the maximum, the greater number, big number. Okay? Or I can give it a number, something like that, bigger number. Okay. A bigger number. I'm trying to figure out that which number is bigger between these 2 numbers. So this one single statement is very popular because a lot of time you need to make some decisions, you need to have some conditions, right? You can achieve it in different way. We'll see it soon when we'll be writing control statement, and we'll see how to do it in different way. But this is a very quick way to do something, quick way to take some decisions. You want to figure out which number is bigger than other numbers, or you want to figure out which number is smaller than the other numbers, or many different kind of conditions you want to check out very quickly. And you can do it. This is a very easiest way to do. This is pretty popular. I use this thing. People use this thing many times in the coding because it does not require too many statements. Single line. This one is bigger. True. Give me this number. If it is not, give me this number. Same concept you can use for many different places, many different cases. In our case, this is false. Number 2 is not bigger than number 1. So we will be getting number 1, right? Our bigger number is number 1. So if I execute this number, then our bigger number is number 1, which is 15. So I can say that bigger number is 15. Execute this number, bigger. So bigger number is 15. Any question about this one? About this operator, the ternary operator? Any question about this operator? After this is done, then operators would be operator session would be over. Any question about this operator of the ternary operator? Any other operator? I know you might have some confusion about the unary. They're actually post increment, pre increment. Okay, don't do too much. Don't overdo. Sometimes take your time, relax, then try again. Go back to the videos and go back to the code that I'll be sharing with you. Then it will be clear. Okay. Take your time. Sometimes you need to slow it down and then try again. Then you'll get it. The example that I gave it to you. This is the perfect example. Take it and then see step by step what's happening. I try to give you the examples. This is the steps I told you, right? What exactly happening in this line? Okay, what's exactly happening is first is updating this variable temp1, then it's updating itself. Here it's updating itself first, then it's updating the variable. Besides this one, all of the operators that I try to explain to you guys, you have any question now?
No, for now it's good. Thank you.
Okay. You'll be getting some homework, and then I think you'll do more practice. It might get better for you guys. But they will ask questions. The thing that we discussed, most important thing to focus is that if you can, we discussed about the if you can put integer number output to the floating point variable or not when you do different kind of operations, right? We try to figure it out. Some examples that we gave in here, right? So like this one, like decimal point numbers, what we can expect, when we can expect a decimal number output, and why it looks like 3.00 and this looks like 3.33. Why? What is the reason? If I want to achieve 3.33, if I want to see the number after the decimal point, what is important? What I need to do? Go through the video again that I slowly explain, and you'll be clear again. This is all about the operators. So Java operators and Java data type, the most important few things I completed. Now we'll be jumping into our next topic, which is this is covered. This is our first class though. That was a topic for first class that we're completing in third class. We need to move fast. So the next topic is the control statement. Very, very important concept. All these concepts are very important. They are the core concept of Java. They are all very, very important. Now, let me create another class. I'm closing it down. Let me create another class for control statement. Java control statements. Anyone have any clue what is Java control statements? Anyone ever did it before? Any ideas? Anything? Anyone can help me? What is control statement? What do you understand by saying control statements? What exactly is control statements? What are you trying to control here? Anyone?
Whenever you are making up any method in which you want to put any condition, is it like that?
Kind of like this, but just take yourself out from Java and try to question yourself first. When you
controlling means I'm taking
statement,
something in my own. I'm having the overall ownership of that particular thing.
Exactly. You have the ownership. You have the control. You want to handle something.
Yeah.
You want to do something. Now here, when we are saying control statements, now the question is coming, what is a statement in Java? What is a statement in Java?
The condition?
Statements
No.
Public
are all,
static void main. This is
yeah,
a condition.
I think all the
No.
methods are the statements.
Anything that ends with a
Anything inside the
semicolon,
Java
you
is
can
the statement.
anything you see that could be end with a semicolon is a statement. But don't take that this one is a statement. No, a statement should be inside the method. A statement always go inside a what? Inside a method that you can execute inside a method. Statements always go inside a method that you can execute, and that will be end with a semicolon. So if I say something like this, if I say hello world, then this is a statement. Okay, this is a statement. This is a statement. This statement is executing this line. Okay, and this end with a semicolon. Even if I say integer num1 is 2, integer num2 is 3. These are also statements. These are also statements. These are also statements. Okay. So here basically something happening, right? The 2 is, you are assigning this 2 inside this variable. You are working something. I mean, this variable, basically when you creating the variable, you are initializing this variable with this number 2. Here you are initializing this variable with number 3, and you are here printing out these numbers. So if I do something like this, integer result is num1 plus num3. What's happening? So here
num2.
Here I'm adding these 2 numbers and initializing this variable with the addition of these 2 numbers. So this variable will be created with a value of what? 5. 2 plus 3 is 5. It will do the addition here. See what's happening. It's performing the addition and then putting this number inside this variable, and this variable is also created with this value 5. Right?
Yes.
This is statements. These are all statements. These are all statements. So you want to control these statements in Java. How are you going to do it? In this case, the control statements come into the picture. I want to control some statement. Now, what sort of control I want to do? Let me make it very simple. Okay, let me put it in here. So when even if you have you want to control the statements, if you want to control the statements using some conditions, then you can use conditional statements. You can use what? Conditional statements. Okay. So you can use the control statements to control. You can use Java control statements to control your statements. So there are many different ways you can do it. So first, we're going to start with something called Java if-else. Okay. Java if-else statement. Java if-else. Java if-else statement. So this is Java if-else is used to control your statement, but these statements are also called conditional statement. Java if-else conditional statement. Java if-else conditional statement. So why I'm calling it Java conditional statements? Let's start. Let me take it away. So I have a number. Number 1, which is 10. Number 2, which is 11. So say, I mean, right now you know that number 2 is greater than number 10, but your program does not know. There will be many situations when you are getting input. You remember about the standard input? You are getting the input from a keyboard. You don't know what number you're getting. So you have your customers. You have you created a game, right? You created a game, like number gazing game. Getting my point? I'm just trying to give you some example. Don't take it literally, because you can do it by yourself, or I can show you later on. We can do something exactly what I'm saying, but right now try to understand. Say I had like a game name is I created a game. It's called gazing game, and customers or the players, they're giving the input. The first player gives the input 10, second player gives the input 11. Right now I know that I'm giving this input. Just think it that way. Just imagine that this is the way. If I try to give you a real example, you'll be confused, because a lot of time you'll not understand. I'm just trying to give you just an example. Say, so you are getting 2 number input, 10 and 11, and then you want to decide which number is greater than the other numbers. How are you going to do it? How are you going to do it? First is, if else statement, the conditional statement come into the picture. This is like a very simple thing that we do. We talk about daily life, that if you help me, or maybe just take it out, if you do your homework, then I will let you watch TV. Or if you do your homework, then I will take you outside. If you do your homework, then I will take you to a movie, you know, or I will buy you something, some game or anything, anything. I'll do it for you. If you do your homework, if you listen to me, then I'll do it. So you are making a condition. If someone do it something, I mean, if you're saying someone, hey, you know what? If you do this work for me, then I will do this favor for you. You're just putting a conditions, right? So it was like this. It looked like this. If it starts with if is a keyword, then you give a parenthesis. These two things is called parenthesis. See this one? Some people call it first bracket, and don't call it first bracket. Call it parenthesis. Okay. Then inside the parenthesis, what are you going to put? You're going to put some condition. You're going to put some conditions. And if this condition is true, then you are going to execute something. You are going to execute some statement. So you are controlling your statement. So your statement go inside the curly brackets. These are called curly brackets. Start, end. Then you have statement 1. You have statement 2. Like this, you have like a then you have a statement like this, you know. So you have a n number of statements. Statement n. N could be any number. N could be any number. Okay? N could be any number. That means, what I'm trying to tell you, this is the syntax. If is the keyword. You are saying if the conditions that I'm giving inside this parenthesis, this open and end, this parenthesis, right? I hope you know this. If you don't know this, it's still not a problem, but understand that this is called parenthesis. This one. This one, okay? These are called parentheses. These are called what? Parentheses. So inside this parenthesis, you are giving certain conditions. You can have one or more than one conditions. Inside the conditional statement. How many conditions you can give? You can give one condition or more than one condition. If these conditions are true, then you are going to execute n number of conditions. There is no limit how many conditions you can actually execute, but it has to go inside these curly brackets. So you might have statement 1, statement 2, statement n number of statements. When I'm saying n number, n, right? N could be any number. N could be any number, right? N number of statements you can execute. So basically what you are doing, you are controlling your statement based upon some conditions. So this is also called conditional statements. If this is true, then you are going to execute these statements. Else means if this is true, then you're going to do it. Else means what is the opposite of true? False. It means if this is not true, then definitely it must be false. There's no other way. It could be either true or false. The condition could be either true or false. If the condition is false, then you're going to do something else. That means you are taking decisions. If something is true, you are going to execute this statement. You are taking your decisions. You are controlling your statements. If this is not true, again you're going to perform some other things. You're going to execute some other statements. But again, they must go inside what? Inside a curly brackets. Is it mandatory to have else statement always with the if? No. If you have only if statements like this, is good. But if you want to see, take it further ahead, right? You want to see, you know what? If this is not true, I want to do something else. Then put else. Then don't do it. If you don't have anything like this, then don't use else. We'll be looking into the code very soon. But anyone have any question after this one?
No,
yes, no, very good.
It's good.
Wonderful. So I'm saying, how are you going to use the condition? How are you going to do it? Anyone can get any clue how to use the condition?
If number 1 is less than number 2.
And what is this less than? Conditional operator. Remember, we did conditional operators.
Yeah.
Yes. What kind of operators? We talked about, I told you that I would be able to give you an example when we do the actual coding. Comparison operators. What kind of operators? Comparison operators. You are comparing. You are saying if number 1 is greater than number 2, then what? Then for time being, I'm going to print out only one statement. Print out number 1 is the greater number. Right? If I don't have else, then what happens? Let me take it away. Okay? Let me just take it away. Let's play around. Okay? So if I execute this code, what will happen? What will be my output? Don't hold yourself. Whatever is coming to your mind is right.
It's not giving you the number because the number 1 is less than number 2.
It will not give anything. If I execute this thing, it will not give me anything. Nothing can happen. Nada.
Yeah.
Nothing will happen. Okay. Nothing. See, I'm getting nothing. Nothing. No output is coming up in here. Hold on one second. Let me just check it here. But then that means number 1 is not greater than number 2. This is false. If this is false, this statement will never run.
Yeah.
then I can put else here, right?
Yeah.
So say if I put number 2 here, number 2 and number 1, what will happen?
Over here is number 2.
Yeah.
Then it's same number. Actually, it should be number 2, right?
Number 2, yeah.
Number 2, right?
Yeah.
So now it's working, right? Because the
Yes.
condition is what? Condition is true.
True.
But previously, if I go back and change it back again and run it again, I'm getting no output because condition is what?
False.
Now I want to use what? I want to use else statement.
Yeah.
And the else statement, I will say,
else number 2 is a greater number.
Yes, exactly. I will say, if number 2, I have 2 numbers. If number 1 is not greater, then I don't have to worry what number 2 is. Of course, number 2 is greater, right?
Yes.
Figure it out. Number 2 is the greater number. So what I'm doing here again, I'm checking the conditions with the comparison operator. Okay. Then I'm painting it out based upon the result that I have in here. If it's true, I'm getting it. I'm executing this statement. Else, if else means if this is not true, then whatever happened for false. For this is for anything is not true in this here. If this is not true, then I'm going to run these statements. This is pretty much what's happening in here. Okay. So tell me one thing. What if this is 10? This is the both numbers are same. What I'm going to do?
You have to put equal sign on the condition.
In the condition,
yeah.
But probably you don't know. Probably you don't know. You are getting this number randomly, right?
Yeah.
You are getting this number randomly. I know that I'm just hard coding here. I'm just giving here 10, 10. But think about the situation when you are getting numbers. You can get any numbers for number 1. You can get any numbers for number 10. How are you going to handle it? How you are going to handle it?
Greater than or equal?
Greater than or equal sign. Again.
That means if greater than and equal. Okay. If you say greater than or equal, the number 1 is still not the greater number.
Yeah.
You want to find out. You want to find out that which number is the bigger number. If number is not bigger, if this is not a bigger number and this is not a bigger number, then what will happen? Then definitely these numbers are equal number.
Equal number.
If you give here greater than or equal, what will happen? Are you going to? I mean, if these 2 numbers are equal, does not mean that number 1 is greater than number 2.
So
is it?
We can use like equal sign.
Nothing will happen. It will not show anything.
So try to understand. If these 2 numbers are same, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you are putting here equal number, greater than or equal. Is that statement true? Is number 1 is greater number?
No, it's not.
No, right?
No.
If 10 number 1 is equal to number 10, does not make number 1 greater than number 2, does it?
No.
No. So number 1 and number 2 is equal number. How are you going to do it? Another thing coming into the picture then. It's called if else. It's called else if later. You are checking. Okay, number 1 is greater than number 2. Hint me, number 1 is greater than. Else if number 2 greater than number 1, print out number 2 is greater number. Else, this is your final statement. This is your final conditions. Else, what?
Number 1.
Else what? Tell me.
Both are equal.
Both
numbers are equal.
Equal.
This is the programming is like. So what will happen? You learn all these people in this class will learn the same coding, same rules, but people will have different kinds of expertise. Because how programmatically you can think of it, how logically you can think. Program is nothing beyond any logical things. Mostly this is the most logical things that people can ever have. People put all the logic in through their coding. So this is what we need to use when you will be coding. If else statement is very simple, but how you're going to use it, it all depends on us. So what we are saying, so here I have the opportunity, I have introduced another one called else if. That means I am checking this condition, which is, if it is true, then do this one. If this condition is not true, then I'm checking another condition. Then I'm saying, if another condition is true, then run this statement. Else, that means if none of the conditions are true, you can have so many else if. You can have else if again. Okay. This is called else if ladder. You can have so many other conditions. Okay. Give me just 1 second. Give me just 1 minute. Sorry about this. So after this much, so this is basically what's happening here. You have first you have the if condition. Then if this condition is not enough for you, if this condition is not true, then you are going for another condition. If this is also false, that means all the other conditions are failing, then you are going to execute this statement. In our case, number 1, 10 is not a greater than 10, right? That means this condition will fail. Again, number 2 is not greater than number 1 because both are equal numbers. So we can conclude by saying this, then it must be an equal number. Both numbers are equal. So let's run it. Both numbers are equal numbers. Okay. So this is how if-else statement works. Conditions. If you want to take it, if you want to give another conditions, you can use else if. It's not like that you can use else if only once. You can use else if again and again and again. And then all your conditions are failing. Else, the last thing that you want to execute, you can use else. But always make sure you use the curly brackets to execute your statements. It's always a good practice, and always do it. Okay. Put your statements inside the curly brackets. Anyone have any question about if-else?
Excuse me, Pierre, how is this different from nested if-else? Nested if-else?
Nested if-else.
Yes.
Nested if-else is something then when you want to put condition inside a condition. Good question. What is nested if-else? So if say you have a condition here, right? I mean, nested if-else come into the pictures when you're going to get more complicated scenarios at that time, right? You are putting conditions inside the conditions. If I'm saying if number 1 greater than or equal number 2, okay? Then in here, I'm going to check again. If number 1 greater than 9. Okay. And again, I'm saying if number 1 is less than 11. Okay. Number 1 is greater than 9. Number 1 is less than. Then I'm going to print out Number is number is 10. Number is 10. Okay. If something is greater than 9, something is less than 11, the number must be 10. Okay. Execute this thing. Number is 10. So what's happening here? This is called nested if. I can put else in here too. So this is a if statement. Inside the if statement, I'm giving another condition. Inside these conditions, I'm giving another condition if statements. These are called nested if conditions. I mean, you can put else in here too. If you want to give else in here, so this is going in here. Okay. So this curly bracket starts here, is end here. Inside these conditions, you have another if statement that starts from here and here. And inside this if statement, you have another if statement that starts from here and here. For this if statement, you can put else here, saying that wrong number. If this is not true, I can put else here too. So this might get as much complicated as you want, but it actually do your work. Okay. So if for some reason if I change the number, first time is this number 1 is greater than or equal. So number 1 is greater than number 2. Number 2, I'm making it here 3. And number 1, making it 1. I should get output wrong number. Wrong number. Why? Getting wrong number. So in these conditions, I'm checking if number 1 is greater than number 2, greater than or equal, right? This condition, greater than or equal. Either of the condition has to be true. So 11 is greater than 3. Good. I'm coming down here. In these conditions, I am checking if number 1 is greater than 9, 11 is greater than 9. Yes, very good. I'm coming down to the next statement. In these conditions, I am checking if number 1 is less than 11. 11 cannot be less than 11, right? 11 cannot be less than 11, which is false. Then this statement is printed, which is called wrong number. Okay, which is wrong number. So I came to this statement. I started from here with my statement. This is called nested. Nested means it's if statement. Inside the if statement, you have another if statement. Inside the if statement, you have another if statement. So this is called nested. This kind of structure is called nested if-else statements. Okay. There are many complicated situations. There are many times you might want to use this if-else condition inside another if-else conditions. You are checking one condition, inside the conditions, you are checking another conditions, right? There are many times it will happen. Then you need to think, you need to understand first the basic if statements. Then you can implement the same thing concept inside another if statements. Getting my point? Does that answer your question?
Yes, bhai, I got it. Thank you.
No problem. So this is all about the if-else statements, right? Anyone have any questions so far? What exactly if-else statement is? You guys all good, or you guys all tired?
Both.
Yeah, we are all good.
Okay. You guys need to talk. So many people in this class, but you guys don't talk, which is, I mean, this is, I understand the online class is not the same as the real life class that I used to have. I never liked online class. It doesn't make sense, online class. But this is the situation we have right now. We are doing it through online. In real life class, I can see your face. I can understand if you can if you're getting me or not. Just by looking at your face, I can tell you. Right now, it's not going to happen, right? But take responsibility to yourself and try to understand, do more practice. If you're not doing it, you're missing it, you're losing. You're wasting your time. Simple as it is. Okay, so these are all about the statements. So I start here. So okay, now the next thing is switch. Switch is anyone familiar with the switch statements? Switch statement. Anyone has any clue? None of you guys have any clue what is switch statement, how it works? It's fine if you don't have. It's totally fine. So switch statement. This is also one of the interesting statements, and in many cases we use switch statements. Trust me. These are the things you're learning. You never know when you're going to implement this thing. You will have your time to implement all this stuff. You will get your time. So switch statement also used to control your statements, and based upon some conditions, based upon some expression, it works. Based upon some expression, it works. How it works? Say I have a number. I have a variable called integer day. Okay? Integer day. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say switch is the keyword. Switch is the keyword. The magic word, switch. I'm saying switch day. That means click on day, look into day and start taking some decisions. I'm saying switch day. So what exactly I'm going to do? So if the value of the day is 1, okay. The value in this day, this is the integer variable, right? If the value is 1, then what I'm going to do? Then I'm going to print out something like this. I'm going to say, what is the first day of the week? Saturday. Saturday is the first day? No, Sunday. Sunday is the first day of the week, right? Sunday is always the first day of the week. Sunday, right? And then I'll type this. This is a special keyword called break. There is a special keyword called break. Okay. Then I'm saying case 2. If the value is 2, then what will be the next day? I'm going to copy actually. I like to copy too much. That makes my life easy. So this is Saturday, the next day, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. Okay. If this is the value of the day is 1 Sunday, then I have Monday, Tuesday, very good. Wednesday, and then Thursday, then Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
So if none of the input, so input is correct, then I will print out invalid day or invalid input. Okay. So try to understand what's happening here. This error is giving, we're gonna take care of this error, not now, okay? So think about the situation again. Like I told you, I can give you the example In real life, I mean, I can give you, but I'm not going to give you right now. You are not ready for it. Just assume if you are taking an input of day, this integer variable can take the input of what? Integer numbers. You have a way to take the input from your keyboard. Okay? So say that I am getting an input from the keyboard is 2. I'm getting a keyboard is 2. Okay? Duplicate case.
The case number, all of them are same. You have to change it.
Case number will be 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. You are participating, helping me. All right. Very good. That means you are not sleeping. That is good. Okay. So say that I'm taking the input for the day is 2. I'm taking the input from anywhere. Even though I'm hard coding, just think it that way. The value of the day is what? 2. Then what should be my output?
Monday.
What should be my output?
Monday.
Monday. The output should be Monday. The most like a slowest day of the week for me. Because after the weekend, I go Monday at my work, I feel sleepy again. So Monday. So it's printing
So
Monday,
happiest
right?
day. Happiest day is
The
Friday.
happiest day is the Friday is the happiest day. Everyone just thinking about the weekend. Okay, when the Friday will come. Anyway, so yeah, so it's printing Monday. Why? Because it's switching. Switch means switch is looking for the expression here. It can look for some expression. Okay. When I'm saying expression, if I say something that this value has some number, it will look for this value of this variable. If the variable is like a 2, it will, for the case 2 is basically is the number that I can have in this variable. Then it will print Monday. So if I give them something like 10, if I give 10, then it will tell me it's invalid input. That means I cannot put this number for any day, right? This is an invalid input. This is how the switch statement works. Now, from this switch statement that I am telling you right now, what questions you can have right now? What questions you have right now? Are you all good on switch statements?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. That's good. Then tell me, what is the break? What does mean the break? If you're good with all these things, what does mean the break in here?
Is go to the next
Next
line.
line.
Break.
If
Go to the next
the
line.
case number 1 is false, it's break it, then it goes to case number 2. It's checking by
Okay.
that.
So for our case, it was 2, right?
Yeah.
It was 2. Then what happened? After that, what happened?
After that, it will go to the again maybe first line.
Stopped over there. Like if they got the result, then it will stop.
Okay. Yes. Here is the thing. This is how it's work break. If it get this, if it is 1, if it is 2, right? Then it will first come in this statement. It will see the value is 1. It's saying, okay, you know what? I don't care what's coming after this case because I don't want to look. I don't even look into this statement. Why? Because case is 1 because I'm checking with this number, which is not same as the number that I'm checking. The day is what? Day is 10, right?
Sure.
Input is day 10. It's saying that I'm not looking in here. I mean, okay, let me check. Let me change it. Let me change it to 5. Let me change it to 5. 5 is Thursday. Very good. So it's coming in here. I say this 1 and value is 5. You say, okay, you know what? I don't care about these two statements. It's coming back to in this line. Again, it said 2. It's I don't care either. I don't care because this statement is false. I mean, for me, I don't have to see it because I'm looking for 5. I don't get 5 in here. I get 4 here. So it comes in this line in statement number 55 is saying, oh, you know what? This is 5. I found you. So let's see what statement I want you can execute for me. It will execute this Thursday. Then break is the statement, the magic line, magic keyword. It will break. It will say, you know what? That's enough. You found you 5. You don't have to go and look for other statements. You don't have to do it. The control will come directly after this statement. Control will come where? This is the switch statement, right? It's and here. Control will come here in this line. In this line. Whatever the statements you have after this 5, it will never execute. It will come down in here. It will come outside of this curly brackets and will execute whatever statements you have. That means if you do something like this, saying that I am here now. I'm here now. That means it will print out Thursday. The rest of the things it will even don't look into here. It will not even check. It will even never bother to check what are the case statement it has. It will directly come in here. This is what break statement will do. This is of the break. This is of the break keyword. This is because of the statement. It will breaking down the checking part and come in here. What if I don't give break here? What if I don't give break here? Okay. Then go back. Did you see the change? It's printing the Friday also, right? It's saying, oh, you know what? I found 5. Let me print out this line. Let me also print out this line. Let me execute all the statements. If I take out this one, everything, then look, it will print out Friday, Saturday, invalid input, everything, right? So it started printing from Thursday, and then it will print out another statement, all the statement it will keep printing. I cannot stop it. It's saying, hey, you know what? I'm good because the statement, the case is 5. I'm looking for 5. I'm good. I have no problem. I can keep printing out. I can keep running, executing the statements. There is no problem. So someone has to break it. Someone has to say, hey, stop. Don't do anything. That's enough. You executed this statement. I know this is true. You executed the statements, and now stop. You don't have to do anything else. Come down. Come outside of this curly brackets and do whatever you want to do. Get it? Did you understand how break works?
Yes.
They asked this question in the interview. What is the break? The break has a cousin. Break has a cousin brother. His name is continue. Continue. We'll look for continue later, not now. I'll show you how continue works, but not related to this one. We'll look into that continue part later. But for switch, do you have any other question? Oh, you're good.
No, we're good.
Okay, very good. If and switch, these are the conditioning. These are the conditional statements because of this. You're looking for the conditions in here, right? You're looking for some expression here, and if else you're looking for some conditions. This is how you're controlling your statements. Besides that, there are also other statements. Okay, let me keep this line so that you can practice at home and look how it looks like. Also, I need to do something. Give me 1 second. I'm going to put 209. Today is 12. Colon. Java operator practice. Okay. This is for operators. For control statements, I have to do the same thing. Control J. Okay. So I will know that what we covered today. I can share the code with you guys. Wonderful. Now let's come to this next part. Next interesting part. So this is the control statement. Now the next thing is loop. Let's call Java loop. Okay. What do we mean by loop? What do you mean by loop? So say I want to execute this line, saying that something, Cobra Kai. Okay, I want to print out this line, Cobra Kai. I want to print out this line 10 times. What do I have to do? Or maybe 5 times. For the time being, just put it 5 times. Right? I know copy paste is good. If I run it, it's giving me 5 times, right? Now, what I'm doing the same thing again and again, correct? I'm doing the same statement, same printing. I'm printing out the same line again and again. So if you want to achieve this thing in some better way, you can do it through Java loop. That means if you want to execute some particular statements many times, more than 1 time, you can control it through Java loop. Right? Through Java loop, you can execute Java statements many times. Okay. Java loop also needs some conditions. So first Java loop that we see is Java while loop. Okay. Java while loop. So integers, we need to have something called counter. Okay. So I want to run around my block. You know, I mean, in your neighborhood, you are like running, and you want to run around your block like 10 times. You want to run around your block 10 times. How are you going to count it? You need something to count it, right? Maybe you'll be counting inside your brain. You know what? I just made around 1 time, 2nd time, 3rd time, or someone will be counting for you. Maybe your friend, he's saying, you know what? You can keep running around the block, around this neighborhood, and I will count it for you. I mean, I will see how long you're actually running. Okay. So in this way, you'll just never get lost. I mean, you'll always know that you're controlling how you are not doing more what you plan, or you are not doing less than what you're planning to do, right? So running around the block. Okay. Running around the block. Okay. Now I want to run 10 times. I want to run how many times? 10 times. How I can do it? While is the keyword. While keyword is saying, hey, you give me the conditions here, and I will execute the statements for you. Okay. So integer count, what I'm going to do, I will initialize the value of the count is 0. And I'm giving a condition. I'm saying if counter is less than 10, then you'll be keep running. Running around the block. Running around the block. Plus counter time. Okay. All right. If I run this code, something you need to understand very carefully. Something you need to do. Something you need to do. Hold on 1 second.
Can you unmute?
I did it. I don't know why you're. Okay. I think it's better. So if I run this code, something wrong will happen. Can anyone get any idea if you did this thing before is good, or someone who have not done this or have not seen this thing before? Can you get any idea that what's wrong or what is wrong with this coding?
You have to do counter plus plus after the code.
Yes, you are right. Can someone say that he's saying counter plus plus? Why? Only counter plus plus. This integer number starts with 0. I'm saying as long as this value of this counter is less than 10, then I will be printing out this line. Here I'm just saying I'm keep running the block, right? I want to run around the block 10 times, not more than 10 times, not less than 10 times. But he's saying that we need to have counter plus plus. The question is why we need to have counter plus plus?
Because I have to do the increment on from the 0, or else.
Why? Is there everyone getting the question?
Because
And the people who are answering the question, are you getting what he's saying? He's saying counter plus plus, which is true. But why?
Because every time it will be increased 1 times, right? First round, second round.
Yeah. But what if I don't give counter plus plus? What will happen?
because we're doing the loop. So again and again,
We have to count.
when you
So
do
we
the
need
loop,
to count.
you have the
We
two
need to
conditions.
count that how many times we are running, right?
Yeah, this is the
If
target,
we are,
10.
exactly. So if I don't increment, if I don't increase the number of counter, what will happen?
Discriminant
Zero will be always less than 10. It will be running infinitely. And sometimes your computer or your system will be crash.
Yeah, it will blow out maybe.
Your memory will be run out of memory because you'll be keep running, and you most chances are there something will get crash because you don't have control it. So let's crash my computer. See, it's running. See, it's running. It's running. I mean, it's running very fast. You can't even see it. I'm going to stop it. Enough. See? How many times it's running? And if I let this system, let this code run for the whole time, at some point my system or memory will get crashed because it will be out of the memory. Even though I have a very heavy memory in my computer system,
It will be run infinity time.
it will be running infinite time. Someone have to control. Like your friend, Mr. Daniel, is running around the neighborhood. And Johnny, his friend, is saying, hey, you run, I'll be keep taking care of the counting. But if there is no Johnny with you, if there is no Johnny with Mr. Daniel, his friend is missing. So Daniel is keep running, and he doesn't know how long he has been running because no one is stopping him. All right? I know it sounds weird, no one will do it ever, but think it that way. I mean, some system is keep running, and there is no control. To control it, you have a condition, but this condition is always true. So that means if the statement will run once, we'll say, okay, very good, counter plus plus. Okay, so 0 became 1. Okay, the control go back to here. Now this time let me do some drawing, do some writing. So what happened here is, all right. All right. So this time what happening is, so what I'm saying, okay, someone have to go mute. If I'm saying that counter is less than 10, then I'm just printing out something. So when we are putting here counter plus plus, what does that mean? It means counter equal counter plus 1. And here I already say counter is an integer variable initialized with number 0. So first time it will come here, first time it will run here, and the value of counter will become what? 1, right? It will become 1. The control go back again to while. And the value of counter is what? 1. 1 is less than 10, right? It will come down here again. Then the value of counter became 2, right? And it will go back again to same route. It will go back again to while again. In here, control will come in here. And see, the counter is what? Counter, the value of counter is 2. It will check. 2 is less than 10. It will execute the same thing. Again, the value will change to 3. It will go back to the while loop. It will be keep looping like this. It will be keep running. It will be keep looping like this again and again, again and again, again and again, right? The moment the value of the counter became 10, then 10 is not less than 10. That's not true.
So it's not going to be.
Yeah, it will be equal.
Then the control will come to the next line. In this next line, it will come. It will skip this conditions. It will not come in here because the condition is false. The next statement will be executed. Okay. So this is how the while loop works. Any question? Wonderful. You guys just.
So for the counting, we use the pre-incremental operator.
1 second. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I think something will happen with my other monitor functions. Okay. So what are the questions? Tell me.
No.
What did you say? I
Is it
missed
the pre-incremental operator we're using for the counting here?
Yeah, we can use three operators, which is also good. Okay. Java homework done in 12 hours live chat with. What is this thing? Okay. So let's first run it, right? So it's running 0 to 9 is what? 10 times, right? If it's just from 0 to 9 is 10 times. Now, what you were saying was that if I use pre-increment, so this is a post-increment, right? If I use pre-increment, of course, I can use pre-increment. And for pre-increment, it will have the same thing. It will have the same thing, okay? Because in the post-increment, it increment the value, and then when it comes in this here to check it, right? At this time, in this statement, the value is already changed. Okay, so it's coming with 0 first, then 1, then 2. Okay, this is how it works. Can we get a short break for us, sir? Rakiba, you already had it. We already had a break at like 5. Okay, 5 to 5:30. I will go. You go, jump out and pray and come back. Thank you. All right. So, is that answer your question, or you have a confusion that how pre and post is working in here? Then this is your homework. Look the operators, how the pre and post are explained, then try to relate it. And try to see how it works. Okay? I can give you a small demonstration though. All right. Let's run as debug as the Java applications. Okay. So see the value of counter, right? If I give 6, what is the value of counter here? Whoever asks the question, please be attentive, okay? The value of counter, I know it's very small. I cannot change it. I mean, this is how the interface of Eclipse.
0.
The 0, right? Which is 0. It's come to the next line, okay? It says 0 is less than 10, true, right? It will come this line and it will execute it. See this line? Look in the bottom. I'm highlighting. It's printed out, right? Then it come to here, counter plus plus, right? It change. It became what? 1. The counter plus plus is counter equal counter plus counter 1. It change. When it's come to this statement, it's using the value which is already changed. So either increment, pre-increment or post-increment, both will work fine. So pre-increment, it will increment itself in here. Post-increment, it will still have the old value, but when it comes to the next line, next statements, it will carry those changed value, okay? So the value is 1. If I come down, 1 is less than 10, right? We're going to print out again the second line, and as soon as this statement left, see the value get changed to true. And it will change, it will check the 2 again here. 2 is less than 10, yes, come down. Print it out the second line. In this statement, it gets changed again. So this is how it works basically, okay? This is how it works. I'm going to stop it right now. Let's go back to here. Okay? So this is how I'm going to show you later how you're going to debug. This is another thing I need to show you, but not today. How you can debug your code. How to debug your code. So this is how the Java while loop works. Anyone have any questions so far for Java while loop? Okay, very good. Okay. Now I'm going to check it. Counter 1. This is counter 1. This is counter 1. This is counter 1. Now, similarly, Java is the while loop. Then another thing is for Java, do while loop. Is there anyone have any ideas what do while loop could be?
Yeah, do while loop is like do something while the statement is true.
Okay, who was the person? Yes, tasking. So you're saying the do while is doing what?
Like whenever like it will implement the once work, then it will go.
Okay. All right. So it's like it will do something, then it will look for the conditions, right?
Yes.
It will
This is what
execute first, then it will look for the condition.
Exactly. So this is, if rest of the guys don't understand, let's show me in the code. So do something. I'm saying do something. I'm saying that do something, okay? Do something. What are you gonna do? Anything, like say talented. I want to print out talented. Do something while I'm giving conditions here, so I'm going to put another counters. Still you need a counter, right? You still need a counter. And counter starts from 0. What if I say counter starts from 1? Is that a problem? Or what if I say counter starts from 10? Is that a problem? No, it doesn't matter. As long as you understand what you're doing. As long as you know what you're doing, it's fine. I can put 1, I can put 0, but make sure you want to run some loop for 10 times and you're starting your counter from 1, then less than 10 will not give you 10 times. less than 10 minutes, it will run from 0 to 9, which is 10 times, right? You'll get it clear when you'll do some hands-on practice by yourself. You need some homework, actually. That's what I'm going to give you today. So I'm starting here 1. I'm saying while counter, here my counter starts from actually 5. When counter is less than 10, then what? Then you need to give a semicolon here. And this is counter 2. Okay? So this is how the do while loop looks like. It's saying, hey, you know what? In both cases, for while and do while, you need what? You need counter. You need someone to count how long you're running or how long you can execute the code. You can run the code, the statement. You need somebody. This is the counter is doing this work for you. Here, so I'm saying do, so execute this statement while counter 2, which is 5, is less than what? Less than 10. Less than 10 means what? How long it will run? It will run 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? It will how long it will run? 5 times. It will run 5 times? No. Why not?
2 plus plus.
Because you are not basically incrementing the value. You have to increment the value here. Okay? Remember, don't do this mistake. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's run 5 times, right? If it can do the same thing that it is doing, what is the difference? From anyone who did not do Java before, what do you think? What will be the difference between these two? This while, this one, and this one. Some people were discussing, telling me about the counter, right? I think you understood. Anyone from a new class who never did Java before, what do you think? Why it is running like this? There is a question they ask in the interview questions. They ask this question: what is the difference between do while and the while loop? This is one of the popular questions they asked.
The while loop check the condition first, then execute, and do while loop execute first, then check the condition.
Exactly. This is one of the good reasons that it check the condition first and do the execute. And here it execute first and then check the conditions. For this nature of working, right? This nature of this loop, it gives one extra benefit to do while. You know why? Because in here, if the condition is failed, this will never execute. If you say your counter is starting from 11, right? The counter is what? 11, right? 11 is less than 10? No. So this statement will never run. Let me execute. See? The statement is never running. This loop is not printing out any of the statements. Why? Because counter, this statement is failed. It doesn't have to go inside here and do any other thing. It's failing from the beginning. Right? Similarly for this one, the counter is 5. I'm saying this is less than 10. So I'm making it what? Making it 11. Now, if I run this thing, this is the interesting thing that I will see, that it printed actually talented. It actually printed the talented. Why? Even though the condition is failed. Why?
Just for the print out line.
Why? Why? I mean, the condition is failing. Condition is failed, but it was printed out the talented at least once. Why? Because here is doing it's executing this statement first, then it's coming to this line to check what's going on. Getting my point? It's executed this statement first, then it's coming to this line and check the conditions. Then it see that, oh, you know what, it's failing. So I don't have to go back to these statements and do. I don't have to go back to do in this statement that it has inside this curly bracket. I don't have to go back. I don't have to do anything. I can go down. I don't have to look back because the statement is the condition is failing, right? But before it can come in this line, it already executed these statements without any conditions. That means do while loop will execute your statement at least once, regardless of at least once, even though your condition is failing. It will always execute your statement at least once, even though your statement is failing. This is the question they ask, that what is the difference between do while and while loop? I hope you understood and you can answer the same question in the interview. Anyone have any other questions regarding this one? No? All right.
In the do while section, so it will print like for 5 times, right?
No, here in right now it's not going to print out 5 times.
Maybe 6.
No, it's going to print out only one time.
If the counter is
counter is 11 for this right now. Right now it's going to print out one time.
Yeah.
Because the counter is 11, then it will come in this line. It will print it out this 7 take at least once, and it will print out just one. Then it will come in this statement. It will check the while conditions, and it will see that 11 is never less than 10. So I don't have to go back and do anything. It will come down the next line, next statement. It will look for the next statement. Okay. But if you change the value in here, then it will be different thing. If you change the value in here, like 1 or something, then it will be printing out what? It will print out 9 times. Okay? Did that answer your question?
So, oh wait, so 1, 2, 3,
9 times.
got it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's 9 times. 1 to 9 is 9, right?
Yeah.
Because you are not counting 10. 9 is less than 10, so you will be running for 9 times.
If you
Okay?
put a equal sign before 10, it will be 10 times.
Yes, if you put
is a equal sign, then it will be 10 times too.
Right. But the thing is that while, so it will never run actually. If you give it equal, it will never run.
No, you have to give the less sign too.
Yeah. If you give less than or equal, then it will run 10 times.
10 times.
Exactly. You got it right. It will run 10 times. Yes. What you're saying is right.
Excuse me.
So this is the loop, while loop, do while loop. We learn about the if statements, switch statements. And the last and important thing about the loop, you can achieve the loop using while, using do while. Another important thing is called
for loop. So, brother, before going to for loop, can I ask a question, please?
Of course. Ask me the question.
So, we just try to counting, but without counter, like if statement true or false. For that purpose, can we also use this do while loop?
So you're saying that in do while loop without what?
Can we use for the true or false statement?
Can we use true or false statement? How? I mean, probably I'm not getting your question.
If you execute a statement, if you want to execute a statement, if the condition is result is false, then it will stop. If it is true, then it will continue execute. Is something like that?
That's possible. We can do it, but that is still a condition, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a Boolean conditions you're doing. If something became true, You're going to keep executing. If it's false, then you are not going to execute.
Right.
Still, it's the conditions.
Mhm.
Of course, you can do it. If you have something like this, that you are checking that based upon the true and false, I'm going to execute something, we can do it. Maybe you will have some more conditions inside here, which will take the decisions and it will give you some output of false or true. Then you can take it and you can take the conditions and keep executing this one. Definitely it's possible. That is the conditions, not necessarily the comparison operators are used for conditioning. So again, you have to use the comparison operators, right? If you have to give true and false, you have to use either is equal true
Boolean.
or false, right? You have to use the Boolean. Of course, you can do it. Okay. So you have some conditions that you want to check through Boolean. That is also possible. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
But the basic understanding is that the soon that it became, someone have to control it, that it's not running forever. Okay. So if you're running, so here basically true and false you are doing, right? The counter 2 is less than or equal to 10. It's asking you a question. If this is less than or equal to 10, is less than or equal to 10 is true. If it is true, then keep working on this thing. As soon as it became false, then don't do it. So we are using comparison operators to figure out the true and false. If you have something, some Boolean you are going to use, which can give you true and false, of course, you can also do it same way. All right?
Okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. So this is one for loop. For loop, I will not be able to complete for loop today. I'm just giving you some ideas. You're still behind the class today. It's still behind our schedule that what we had today. Java methods and this one we could not complete. So next class, a lot of things we need to complete. This is our third class basically. We are still working the second class thing in third class. But we still could not complete the whole thing. But whatever I'm explaining, I'm trying to explain everything in details. If you don't practice at home, there is no point of explaining the whole thing. I mean, just attending this class will not going to help you. If you don't take it and do something by yourself, it will never help you, trust me. Okay, it will never help you. I'm going to give you some homework. Hopefully you will do it during the next week time. I'm just going to give you some high level overview. After that, I'm going to wrap up this session. In the for loop, it has a keyword that you have to use, for. Okay? For keyword. How it works? You have to use the parenthesis. Then all the statements will go under this curly brackets. Now this parenthesis, what's happening in the parenthesis? So in do while and while loop, we have seen the counter, right? We have seen the counters. So we can do something like this. We can say integer, here the counter is I. Counter is I. I'm saying that the counter is I, or maybe I can count. Saying the count starts from 0. The value of the count is 0. Then I give a semicolon. So that means you are initializing your counter here first. Whatever you did in do while and while loop, you'll be doing the same thing for loop but different way and more efficient way. So you're saying the value of count is 0. Yeah. The value of count is 0. Then after that, what you have to do? Then after that, you have to give the conditions. As long as the count is less than 10, this is the condition. So this is basically you are initializing your counter. And here you're checking your counter, the conditions. Counter is less than 10, then semicolon. This is the conditions. Basically, you are saying that how long the loop will run. The loop will run when you start with the counter 0 as long as it's less than 10, and what next you have to do for the counter? Count should be increment or decrement. Count can be increment or decrement. So now we are taking the example of increment. You can take post increment, pre increment. Don't get confused for this kind of work right now. Use only post increment. The pre increment, post increment, the lesson that I gave it to you, go and check it out. Don't spend too much time. Okay. Don't get lost with this thinking. Take my example and do it. For for loop, use the post increment always. If you can do something exceptional, do it. For my next classes and for the Selenium, I don't need you to be like too much expert with pre and post to get confused. But the example that I gave it to you, that should be enough for you. If you do practice, hands-on practice, put your hands together and change it, check it, how it works, step by step, then it will be fine. For loop, for this one, right now use this post increment. You can also do post decrement. Okay, both way it works. So here, this is the initialization of my what? Of my counter. My counter, I initialize the counters. And then I give the conditions. Then I increment. I can declare the variable here, or if I don't want to do it, I can do it inside the for loop. I can say like this. Okay, I can do like this too. This is also acceptable. Even the most cases, this is what I do. In most cases, in my most coding, I do like this. Okay, this is how I'm doing. I do it like this. For your simplicity, for you right now, do it like this. So now I'm going to run some statements saying that executing for loop. So I want to actually make it less, make it 5. If I run this, it run how many times? 0 to less than 5 is 5. Okay. So the one thing you need to, the thing that you need to understand about for loop is that you still have the counters, you're initializing it, you're checking the conditions of the counter, then you incrementing it. Now tell me, what's the difference between the while loop and the for loop? What's the similarity between for loop and while loop? Similarity is that even for the while loop, you need a counter. You need to check the conditions of the counter, how long you can run the loop. Also, you need to increment the counter. Okay. The same thing you're doing in for loop, but you're doing it different way. You're putting them in one parenthesis, inside the one single parenthesis. In this parenthesis, in the single line, you're doing it. You don't have to do in different way. It's just a different way of doing things. Okay.
It is more organized.
It is more organized, right? I mean, one single line you are saying, you are just doing it from the, you're just saying, okay, you know what? This is my counter, I'm initializing it, this is the conditions I'm giving, and I'm just incrementing the value of the counter. Now, if your counter starts from 5, and I'm saying that as long as it is greater than 0, and I'm saying minus, what will happen? It will start counting in backward, not in forward. It will start from 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, and then what? 0 is not greater than 0, right? It will go for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It will again run for 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Which means instead of going forward, you are going backward, because you started counting from 5 and you are minus. You are just subtracting. You are just decrementing, right? This is decrementation. Right? So this is how it works. Inside the for loop, you can also have a for loop. That is called nested for loop. That we'll see the nested for loop in our next class. In our next class, I will show you how nested for loop works. Okay. I will spend some time nested for loop. But before you can understand how nested for loop works, I want you to understand how for loop works. Then you can jump for the nested for loops. Okay? So nested for loops is some advanced thing. Then I will be sharing. I mean, this is not really advanced. You can try practice at home. No one is stopping you. But I'm going to show you again, regardless of you practicing at home or not. But whatever I covered, I want you to practice everything at home. This is the total thing we covered. Everything I type in, everything we practice, everything we discuss is in here. In this class, also in this class, right? We covered all those things. If you're not practicing, that's not going to help you. Okay? So these are the very important topics. If you want to learn Java more, then you need to know the very basic stuff, then you can move ahead. Otherwise, you'll be always in trouble. Next class, I'll be covering, I'll spend some time on nested for loop stuff. When nested for loop is done, then we'll discuss the very basic stuff, I mean the very fundamental thing of Java object-oriented concept, the Java methods, the object concepts, and all other things I'll be completing in next class. Okay, there are a lot of things are there to cover. I need to move fast. This is the third class. Our plan was to complete everything in fifth class, but we'll see how we can do. But this is our third class completed, so we'll plan to cover everything. If we need one more extra class, we'll do it, but we'll plan to cover everything in next 3 classes. So you have to really work first and complete whatever I completed, so you can cope up with me. You have the 1 week time to practice everything, and that's enough. That's enough for you to complete in 1 week time. I'll give you the homework and do it, please. And I'll share the code, whatever I completed today. Anyone have any questions so far?
No, yeah.
No, it's not possible that copy and paste your coding in email. I mean, I'll be sharing my Google Drive, not copy and pasting the coding. I'll be putting in the email in the like a Google Drive, the Java file. Okay. Then you're going to take it from there. By the way, who is that person? iPhone? I don't catch your name.
This is me, Rina.
Yes, Rina. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to share this I mean, in my team, they have like a Google Drive that I'm sharing. If you are included in the Google Drive, you should be able to, I mean, I'm not sure. Are you from the regular class or from the crash course?
From the crash course.
From the crash course, right? So Simon Bhai will figure out something. I'll talk with him that how he can share this code with you guys. You might not be in my email chain or email group that I have for my classes. So he's gonna share with all the email address with me for those people attending for the crash course. Then I will find a way, figure out a way to share the code with you guys. Okay? No worries. I'll keep it in mind. I'm gonna talk with Simon Bhai, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Juel bhai.
Okay. And I'm going to share the .java file. So this is basically, let me show you once. So this will be like this files. Okay. What you have to do, if you have a different package name, then do one thing, remove this line and then copy the whole thing inside, create a class and give the class name the similar class name. If you have to create a similar class name. If you don't want to do it, then it's fine. As long as you understand what you're doing, just copy from this parenthesis to this one. For in general, for everyone, my suggestion would be take away the package name, copy the whole thing inside the class that you are creating. And name of the class, give this one. If this is Java operators, keep the same class name for you request. I mean in your project, keep the same name. See, this way you don't have to work hard, right? You just have to copy and paste, and it should work fine. Similarly, for all other code, you will be doing the same thing. Okay. And when you'll be submitting me the homework, you'll be submitting that Java file, same way that I'm sharing with you. Okay? I don't want anyone submitting homework like copy and paste in the email. Don't do it. I will not accept it. Okay? Just simply right click, show in, to the show in, and go System Explorer. Okay? When you click on System Explorer, it will open up this folder with all the file that you have. The file extension is Java. It's called Java file. I want you to copy this Java file and attach in your email and give it to me. That's what I need. Don't give me screenshots. Okay? Don't copy the whole thing and put it in the email. Don't do it. I need a file. The Java file. I need a .java file. The .java file, attach and put it in homework. Also, put your name in every code, right? Put your name, like the way I did. Start practicing like this. If you never did it, it's not a problem. Start doing it right now. Put your name, put the date, put the problem that I will ask you to solve. Give it this way. Try to learn the way people work. Okay? This is how you're going to work. You'll make it this way so that everyone will understand and you will do the same practice moving forward. Okay, so this is what I want to do, and give the name of the class something that makes sense. Don't just give my class number 1, my class number 2. No. If I ask you some specific problem, something that makes sense, then give the name of the class the same similar name, right? Be organized. This is very important. You want it to be QA or base software developer engineer, whatever. You have to be very organized. This is a very important thing to do. Okay. So this is for today's class. Next class will be moving very fast, and I can only move fast if you practice at home. And if we don't move fast, we will never be able to complete our course. So let's do practice, do the homework. I'll be submitting as soon as possible, and then let's come back next class. Okay.
Okay, brother.
Anyone have any class before I can end this session?
No, brother, no problem. But the thing is, you can decide anything that is better for us. No problem.
Yes. Just follow my lead, what I'm saying you right now.
Yeah.
And then at some point, you'll understand and you'll pick it up what is better for you. For now, let me control it and do it the way I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Juel.
Thank you so much. You guys have a good weekend. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Cái đang một cái